Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far, the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo.
right, fam. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. Shout out to our brother Tavis for A Soul of a Warrior. Whew, that's my cut, y'all. I love that little song, for real, for real. He really, really laid that out. So we're back, fam. Ciao. I couldn't even get mad at the little YouTube people. It was just like I said, because, I was able to test the internet speed and I saw exactly what the problem was. So I ain't trying to put that on YouTube. And I knew it was nothing that I could do about it. So we're back. It is June 30th. Okay, so we're on episode 13.a. So we only did 9 minutes last week. On our series, The Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. And the purpose of this particular series is to couple folds, but not only is it to really discuss what ascension really means, but to also go into details about really what is quote, quote, time related to what is the age of Aquarius as related to the astrological clock and a precession of the equinox. And we also are tying that into true history. All right. So Brother Odel is going to be here this week. He should be here this week because he was ready to get it rocking and rolling. And then the internet company want to do an upgrade. So, I was nice to the little support lady. And she was like, oh, you got the top internet. Yeah, I pay nice money for this lady. So what's the issue? Oh, well, we doing an upgrade, but you see, yeah, I know the download speed is good, lady, but I do streaming, so that means the upload speed has to be, she's like, yeah, so when is this upgrade gonna be done, lady? Oh, it'll be done, she said, yesterday. I said, okay, I know how to check, right? And I'm gonna be checking every day. I need this to be fixed by Thursday. Oh, no, ma'am, it's going to be fixed, blah, 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 blah. Child. Why the next day I go on, check the speed, they had it fixed. I'm like, you don't be turning my shit off without proper notification. Because you sure ain't going to give me no credit back on my bill. So, anyhow, Brother Odel's going to be here this week. We are going to get into the reset of 1740 and a couple of other things. So when Brother Odel hits deck, we're going to go straight into it because y'all know how we do. We get to run in our damn mouth. Although, I got some time to stay up extra. So we'll see how it flows. So shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. Shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to sis Nonya. I have an update on some information that sis found for us. Shout out to Brother Freeman. Shout out to Brother Dwayne and Helenise. Shout out to sis Tifa. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to sis Stephanie Cook. Brother Sean, sis Sandra in the house. Shout out to Alicia. Shout out to you, sis. And shout out to LaDon. I think I got everybody. Let me make sure. Oh, and shout out to El Sheba that's in the house. And then shout out to all of our YouTube family listening. All right, so let me bring on my co-hosts. Let me bring on sis Sandra. And then we'll bring on Brother Sean. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sis Rhonda, and to the family.
How you doing, sis?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours, too. So, I wanted to follow up on Enoch tonight.
Okay. Let me bring Brother Sean on, and then we can get into the the follow-up items. So let me bring on Brother Sean.
Okay.
Oh, and sis, I got some update information from my guy, Dr. Berg.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I actually had caught a sinus infection.
Uh-huh.
Because when you get them, if you get them a lot, you know exactly when you get them. And, I felt the drainage and the teeth start hurting and all of that.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, let me go look and see what old boy talking about.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, he's good. So he gave, because I do the neti pot rinse, and I know that'll knock it out, but sometimes it takes some time to knock it out when you're doing a neti pot. And I don't like taking them antibiotics because it strips your body of everything. Yeah. And then you got to put all of that back in your body. So he said do the nasal rinse with, of course, your the salt, warm salt water, and it's this type of sugar, but you don't have to use this type of sugar. It's a low glycemic sugar called xylitol, but you don't have to use that. The salt is xylitol. Because I actually added sugar. But the salt, if you have the xylitol, this was the catch though, sis.
What?
Grapefruit seed extract. So only put a few drops in that, and then I used another oil because I know that grapeseed extract is going to be real strong. So I use almond oil, but you could use olive oil, whatever type of oil you have in there. Then put your warm water in there, and then rinse your nostrils, both little nostrils with this solution, and I felt relief immediately. So people that I've been talking through the week, they don't even know I'm getting over a sinus infection. And so I did it like the first day three times a day. The second day I did it 3 times a day, 2 times a day. I only did it once today, and I'll probably do it before I go to bed. But when I tell you it knocked it right out, because I just knew I was finna be down for the count. So it works, y'all. Yeah, sis Nonya. It's strong. Grapefruit seed is strong. So I mean, you just put that drop in there, but to make sure it didn't burn my cavities, that's why I put almond oil in there, but you could put olive oil or whatever. But once you flush it, you're gonna smell that grapefruit oil. And when you're grapefruit seed extract.
No, I mean straight vitamin C.
Oh, I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, so I'm telling you, y'all, it knocked it right out. And what he was saying, that you get them sinus infections too, because you build like the wrong bacteria up in your sinus cavities, and they become inflamed. And so another trick, he was saying that your sinuses are also tied to the bacteria in your stomach. So you know how we're supposed to have the probiotics, which is the good bacteria.
Right.
He said kimchi. So he said, eat your kimchi. And I actually like kimchi. But another trick is you could also use kimchi by taking a Q-tip and, a little bit of that kimchi juice, dip the Q-tip in there and put water on the Q-tip, and then put that up your nose too. And that'll create the good bacteria. Now, I haven't done that because I'm not going to do both the rinse and that, but I am eating the kimchi. So just sharing that with people that, when you have these sinus issues, or if you have a cold, if you have the flu, rinsing your sinuses, it really, really does work. Because I hate taking them antibiotics. I have to really, really be sick to take those antibiotics. So, Just want to share
I
that with
know.
you because I know
I
you
understand
on Dr. Berg like me.
Yeah, but I've been trying to lose that weight.
Oh, it should
But
be easy though. You doing the intermediate fasting?
I've been doing that for years.
Oh,
Um,
have you? Okay, I wasn't up on it.
yeah, it's hard for me to eat breakfast in the morning. It's really hard.
Yeah.
So it's really easy for me. Intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
It's real easy
Yeah,
for
it's
me.
real easy. If you don't eat breakfast, it's really, really easy. So, yeah.
No, I've been on that whole lemon, you see. And that whole lemon detoxes.
It does.
Yes, ma'am. And it cleans you out.
Mm-hmm.
It cleans you out, cuts that belly and everything. Plus that vinegar he recommends as well. The apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, but I have to build my stomach up because if I have too much of the apple cider vinegar, that acid, it messes with my stomach. That's why I know I have to build up the bacteria in my stomach.
You must have high acidic system then. But if you did, he said, then you go to the toilet more often if you're acidic. If you're not, you're alkaline, and maybe that's your problem.
I don't know why I would be acidic, but I think.
No, we need to be acidic. We need to be acidic.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the opposite. Yeah.
No, we have to be acidic.
Okay, yeah, because my stomach, I have to build it up. Kombucha is good too. The one that tastes like beer.
I heard about that.
Yeah, when I was going into the office, me and my coworkers, the guys used to tease us. They like, what the hell are y'all drinking? Because we used to have them order us kombucha. And it's like, I know it's for them girls. So we would drink the kombucha and get our little veggie Buddha bowls and have them put kimchi in our stuff. So they was always teasing us. But yeah, kombucha is really, really good. And, you know, if you want to get it on the cheap, all these even sell kombucha now.
Oh, no, I was just in there. I didn't even look.
Oh, you started juicing, Brother Freeman? Yeah, juicing is really good for you too. You've been soaking in sage, alcohol, and putting drops on Q-tips. Oh, okay. So I've been soaking sage in alcohol and putting the drops on Q-tips and putting it in the nose and in the ear. Wow. Okay, that's a good tip.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I know I put the peroxide in the ear to make sure my ears and stuff get cleaned out. So, and peroxide is your friend, y'all, for your teethuses.
Oh, yeah.
So there ain't no need, nobody walking around here with no motherfucking halitosis. Get a cap full of that motherfucking peroxide. And then that can literally be your gargle. And swish it in between your teethuses. And I guarantee you're not going to have no stink breath.
Well, it probably help with your sinuses too, because the bacteria for your mouth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And brush your motherfucking tongue. You be surprised. People that don't brush your tongue be like, you don't brush your motherfucking tongue. You don't brush your tongue. But yeah, peroxide is your friend.
Peroxide will help you not have to brush your tongue because that stuff is it's a debreeder.
It is. I still brush my motherfucking tongue. I don't play that though. Cause to me your breath ain't fresh. If your tongue ain't brushed, your motherfucking breath ain't fresh. It just I'm sorry, your breath ain't fresh if your tongue is not brushed.
Halitosis.
Yeah, and want to breathe and stuff, burning the motherfucking my little baby hairs around my little edges and shit. Get the fuck out my get your shit together. Right, yeah. Brush your tongue. I can't do tea tree oil. I can't gargle with that. But yeah, that's what I do. I gargle with the peroxide. That's in place of regular mouthwash. I literally use peroxide. Yeah, and baking soda. Yep.
Oh, baking soda. Yeah, every night.
Yeah. Oh, you scrape your tongue. Yes, sis. I mean, it just ain't no motherfucking excuse for that. And when I see people talking and I catch a glance and you got motherfucking coat on your tongue.
Candida.
See, that's why you can't be eating behind people and well, with Rona and stuff, you don't, that's good. We don't have to smoke behind nobody no more because I was always skeptical with that too. Yeah, definitely don't think you finna get in my face talking about some kissing. Your motherfucking tongue and breath ain't in order. Hell no. But yeah, that peroxide will knock it out. So brush your motherfucking tongue, scrape it, do something. Don't nobody want to see your tongue all coated up.
Daniel said white coats.
That shit is nasty. Hell no. And it be the ones with the halitosis be cheesing in somebody's face. And you be like, you're kidding me now. Right? You don't smell your motherfucking you don't smell your shit. Really? So that's what I want to share with y'all. So I'm still getting over it. It's still tender up in here, but that congestion, it knocked it right out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always recommend dandelion tea.
Yeah, and I got those in the yard. Everybody do. Yeah.
I mean, it really blocks this stuff they got going on in the world.
But the ironic part, let me record. The dandelions.
Recording in progress.
You know how when they after they're done, it gets the white pollen stuff. That's what I'm highly allergic to.
Well, you still have the leaves.
Oh, that's right, the leaves. Okay.
Yeah,
because I'm highly allergic to the white floaty stuff with the seeds.
Yeah, that's the new one's coming. But yeah, you still have I take the leaf to a dehydrated if it's not already dried out there. And I use that every day. And then I get the dandelion tea bags. Buy that too.
That's a good idea. I'm going to have to try that, sis. Dwayne says coconut oil. Yep, this is a toothpaste regimen. Coconut oil, baking soda, peppermint oil, and tea tree oil combined is a great natural toothpaste. Yep, I actually buy mine. I mean, I could technically make it, but I don't be feeling like it. But if you got peppermint oil and tea tree, your shit not finna be funky. There's no way possible your shit is funky. That's a doggone good toothpaste. You're absolutely right. Oh, yeah. Dandelion can raise, Sis Nonia said dandelion can raise up your blood pressure.
I see that. I have to look that one up because I hadn't thought about it.
Lemon balm is good for anti-inflammatory. I actually have some of that in the yard, in the garden. And you reminded me I need to go out there and clip a little from my little tea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, alluring fire, the charcoal powder. I'm scared to use it because it's charcoal. It's weird to me. That's weird to because I heard that's really, really good to whiten your teeth. But that's just so weird to me to put that on. I just know peroxide is good for your teeth. It's definitely gonna make your teeth white. It's gonna keep them white. Cause that's and I learned that trick from my mama. That's old school. Cause you get talked about like a motherfucking dog. If your teeth is not together, you fits to be talked about in my family. They don't motherfucking play that. Get your grill together. She used to get that broom and beat the hell out of my brothers. Bing, bing, with your stinking ass breath. Get in there and brush your goddamn. No, we don't play that in our family.
Actually, dandelion tea may lower your blood pressure because it's really a diuretic.
Oh, is it? Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I would be afraid about charcoal too, that it might rub off the enamel. Yeah, which when you do that, then that's when your teeth become sensitive to hot and cold. So, you got options. You can do the charcoal. I just like the peroxide because I know my stuff gonna be whitened. It gets the funk out, even in between your teeth assists. Okay, because your teeth ain't straight if you motherfucking flossing and you smell your floss and you about to pass the fuck out. You better get that fucking peroxide and swish your shit. You ain't gotta be walking around here funky at the mouth and the tongue. Okay? That's not attractive. So, all right, I don't know how we got on teeth, so it is what it is.
So you can use your dandelion. It lowers your blood pressure because it's a diuretic and it has potassium in it too.
Okay, but I already have natural low blood pressure, so which is good.
Then you have to you have to worry about it if it's too low. But for the most part, it's a detoxer.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check it out then.
It's a detoxer. All this soy and stuff you're getting, and all these additives and
It's
all
a lot.
pesticides. It works on that stuff,
Okay.
so it gets out of your system and not, It's a
Yeah,
detox.
yeah, for sure. All right, Brother Sean, we went on a tangent. Peace and love, brother. How are you?
Wholeness and power.
Oh, that's the power.
You doing good?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
We doing good.
Good.
It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
All right, sis.
Somebody asked
I'm sorry.
about
Go ahead. Go
fluoride.
ahead, Brother Sean.
Somebody was asking about fluoride.
I don't use fluoride.
Oh no.
Now, when I go to the dentist, I ain't heard them say nothing about my choppers being fluoride deficient. I literally use the natural toothpaste that the brother put in the comments section. That's literally the ingredients in my toothpaste. And I've never had the dentist tell me that my choppers was lacking fluoride or I needed fluoride to strengthen my teethuses. So I don't know if the dentist is telling you that. I don't know if it's something nutritionally maybe you're missing. But I haven't had that issue, and I've been using that natural toothpaste. I don't know, 10, 15 years. And I haven't had an issue. So I haven't had an issue with not having fluoride. So
I don't use fluoride.
no, neither do I. I don't use
and
it in my toothpaste.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. And it kind of has chemical effects on
Is it
your
rat
body
poison?
that you don't want. Huh?
It's the key ingredient in rat poison.
Yeah, you don't want that. I hate to talk about the sedated factors, but I think it's really, really an altering of the pineal gland, a hardening of it. So I wouldn't do it. They use that for warfare.
Yeah, I heard it was toxic.
Yeah,
But like I said, I haven't had a dentist say anything to me about I was lacking fluoride in my teethuses.
Well, I looked at the fluoride, and I found in the research that fluoride causes a lot of suicide in dentists. It's related to that. So I'm like,
Yeah, Dwayne says we don't need fluoride at all. Yeah, I know I don't mess with it like that.
No,
I don't.
I don't.
That's why I use the natural toothpaste, because any other like the rest of them name brand toothpaste, all of them have fluoride in it. That's why I went to the natural toothpaste.
Yeah, I don't do fluoride.
And of course, I don't go in there telling the dentist, well, you know, I don't use fluoride, because I want them to tell me supposedly and allegedly what I'm lacking in my teeth, and that they have not said.
Yeah. Yeah, the pineal gland, I think, is really affected by the fluoride.
Yeah, Sis Nonya said calcification.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But they tell it it's good for us. They put it in our waters, but it also keeps people really, subdued. And
we should, Sis Tifa, have filters on the shower, which I have to admit I don't. And not drinking. Yeah, basil does remove fluoride from water. Yep. It sure does.
Good idea.
Yep. It sure does.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. They did it in the death camps, so.
Yeah, they did. Wasn't that part of that gas formula, if I'm not mistaken?
No,
Yes,
they put it in
ma'am.
the water.
They put it in the water?
The water. Yeah, they did all that at the death camps. And Pope Paul II, I think it was, the one who did it.
Oh, Sis Nonya said that it's banned in all countries besides here. The U.S. don't give no fucks. You understand me? No fucks are given with the products. They allow us to consume the food. They don't give a fuck.
They got some stuff called Olean that I heard a doctor say this is the only country that allows it. It is very bad for you, extremely bad for you. There's a preservative additive or something. I said, wow.
Yeah, well,
that's pretty bad. But so we done went through the gamut, didn't we?
Yeah, child. Okay, Brother Sean, did you have anything else before we start to go head on with the fuckery?
Oh, no, sis, I'm good.
Okay. All right, sis. You can start with your go ahead on with the fuckery.
I looked up Enoch. Now
Enoch. Yes, ma'am.
Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's two in a variation. But the one that I think that wrote the book is Cain's firstborn was named Enoch. And I have a genetic chart in there I was looking at that I got years ago. It has the whole genetic charts of all those people, important people in the Bible. And so what happened when he supposedly killed Abel, he went into the land of Nod. Now, I've been trying to figure out where the land of Nod is.
Okay.
So I think our best guess is the walls, behind the walls, land beyond the poles. That's where he went. Yeah.
So, because there's a behind the wall, there's a Enoch. As you keep talking, sis, I'm gonna try to look for that map. But I think there's a Enoch behind them walls, according to that map.
I think I saw that. And so he went there and got a wife. And I said, a wife? I thought there was only two of them. And then they had this child named Enoch. Now, the reason I think it's him is because that Enoch, in his stories, he talks to the fallen ones.
Right.
And the fallen ones are the Anunnaki and all these people that came to this planet. And where would they be if they weren't behind the wall?
Exactly.
Yeah, right, behind the wall. And he was their ambassador to the creator in this script. So I think it's more Cain's child than off of the line of Noah, because they would be distant cousins. Because there's another story. Eve had pregnancy with the snake.
Child, poor Eve get blamed for everything. Now, who supposedly Eve then threw down with now?
Yeah.
You're always trying to say Eve is for the streets.
She didn't do it voluntarily. She didn't do it voluntarily. I think the snake tricked her when she was asleep. That's what it said. That's the story I heard.
You can't
I don't
trick
know.
me while I'm asleep. That's called the R word.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that word.
Yeah.
That would be that. That would be that. And I didn't know that. And the story goes that Cain and Abel were twins. So since he killed Abel, then he went away. That's how the story went. And into the land of Nod and married somebody. So he either had to do the serpent seed. He's the serpent seed, exactly. That's exactly what they say about us, Cain and Abel. They're the serpent seed. So that means Adam was not the father. And so they had another son. So after that, what did that first?
But even Adam got the DNA of the Anunnaki.
Yeah, that's what you're saying on that stuff. I haven't got to Adam's stuff. They don't say too much about him, except for he was brought from out of the garden into the garden. So where was he out of the garden? What land was he in? So there's a question about that. It says it right there in the Bible. He was placed in the garden.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he was placed there. He was not there. So and so I just wanted to say that it would be very much in line with the Metatron, the magic spells that Enoch was able to do, and all this, all the stuff he has, the power of the covenant box that he's got control of, because they taught mankind, according to the script, all these magic things. And they use the magic stuff right now and technology to control the planet. So I would believe personally that Enoch, which is Cain's Enoch, is the one that is the one more likely that's part of the story, being a part of the Anunnaki and those people, because he went beyond the poles, I believe, in the land of Nod. Now that's my theory, but I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I said, "Where's the land of Nod?" And you won't get it on Google, okay? But you will.
But you say you ain't gonna get it on Google, okay?
You ain't gonna get it on Google. But it fits all those lands beyond the pole. I think it says it was 198 of them or something. So, it would fit.
Yeah, I was trying to find a map, y'all. I don't feel like going to get that tablet, blowing it up. But Anak
is his third child.
Literally, it's the second. It's the outer ring. That's where that territory called Anak is. So I just find that interesting, but nonetheless, just like old boy from the man who fell to earth, all of they stinking asses, they're not from here. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
They're colonizers.
The colonizers, exactly.
Okay. So I do believe that there were natural giants. And so meaning the indigenous people on the earth, I believe, were much, much taller. And they were much, much taller because the environment was a lot different. The atmosphere, in other words, was a lot different. Because if you had giant trees...
You had to have giant people.
Exactly. That's where I'm going with that. So, with all of that said, the Anunnaki was even taller than that. Okay? When they brought they motherfucking stinking asses over here.
Titans.
Yeah, they were the Titans. Right. They were the Titans now. And they were fighting with each other because not all of them even agreed the way they were handling things. Because no matter what ancient text we look at, any mythology we look at, they all say that the Anunnaki was the baddest ones on the block. They're still the baddest ones on the block because of their technology.
Yeah.
So people got tired of fighting them. They got tired of fighting each other. So they created peep game. They created federations. / confederates. So meaning they partnered up with their enemies and made agreements to not fight each other and to go take over other people's shit.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's why I call that whole group the galactic colonizers. And that's why I say what they're showing you in the ancient text, what they're showing you in the Bible, it's the same script of the history that they're giving us with colonization, because it's the same script. And either you assimilate, join we don't call it federation, we call it confederate, right? We call it confederate here. Or you get enslaved or get put down. So it's the same exact script. Okay, so that's interesting. So yeah, y'all, I can't blow this map up to show y'all, and I don't feel like going to get my tablet.
I think I remember seeing it.
Yeah, because it's literally, if you have 3 rings, say our realm has 3 rings, and we're in the center ring. Well, actually 4 rings, because the middle ring, that's where they say the tree of life stood. Okay, and so the next ring would be what we're calling our world. So with all of our continents and stuff. And then the next ring after that, you have different territories. And then there's a ring around that. And Anak, either, and I think it's spelled A-N-U-K, it either sits on that last ring or it sits right outside that last ring. Because according to their map, you have us, and then you have the Anunnaki right here, and then you have the Dracos right there. And when I looked at that on the map, and then you have Mars right there. And so when I looked, I'm like, well, shit, this makes sense. That's why they controlling everything. Their asses is sitting right there.
Yeah.
So interesting stuff, sis.
Yeah.
All right, so Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, distractions.
Got a lot of them.
Yeah. Child.
Everything is a distraction. If it doesn't pertain to you, your purpose, and who you are, it's a distraction. That's what all of this shit is for. To distract you.
Right.
Even the information as far as for our ancestors. If you're not tapping in, if any and all the knowledge that you're getting about your ancestry is from someone else, how do you know it's true?
Oop.
Too many family secrets.
Come on, tell it now.
Too much shit going on.
Yeah, Brother Sean, you low. I thought it was just me.
Yeah, I'm listening to trying to get it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
People won't talk to their family,
Yup.
the people that actually know what's going on. You talk to everybody else. You confide in everybody else. You seek everything outside of self. You don't want to put in no work. You want everything handed to you. And you wonder how come shit stays the same.
Yup.
As long as you're following somebody else's script, that means they wrote the characters, defined what the characters would be, and they've determined the outcome of the show.
Yup.
We sit up and we break down movies, this, that, or the other, get so much information out of them, and can't even see the real life drama that's being
Child.
played out right in your face.
Child.
We can keep making comparisons to movies, but what you gonna do about it?
Mm.
We can keep talking about shit. When you gonna put in the work?
Mm.
Ain't shit gonna change until we change it. Ain't another motherfucker gonna change shit.
That's right.
We have to do it.
That's right.
It ends when we end it.
Yup.
And all we gotta do is stop. That don't stop us from being creators. That's just stopping this bullshit that everybody keeps saying they don't want. If you really don't want a system that's already dead, why are you giving it CPR?
Mm.
I digress.
Very good point, Brother Sean. Very, very good point. Brother Dwayne says, that's why it's hard to do genealogy research, all the damn secrets. Exactly. Because I'm telling you, if y'all really doing that genealogy, you gonna find some shit. You gonna be like, well, damn, ain't nobody told me about XYZ 1, 2, 3. Ain't nobody told me a damn thing. And then you have to go and verify with the older, your older family members that's here. And sometimes they don't even know. But sometimes they do know. And they like, yeah, blah, blah. I'm like, what the fuck? So y'all just wasn't going to say nothing?
But sis,
Yes, sir.
think of how many elders died nursing homes, probably
True.
wanting to get shit off their chest.
That's true.
But don't nobody go see them. Go talk.
Don't
to
talk to them. Yep.
That's how you miss out on everything.
Yep. Because they're going to, if you spend time with your elders, they're going to tell you. Now, I'm going to be honest. If they don't like your motherfucking ass, they ain't finna tell you. Or if they're not familiar with you like that, they're not going to tell you. But if you spend time with them and you listen to them, I guarantee you they're going to tell you. Because I'm telling you, my grandmothers told me all throughout my little life, they was just dropping little things here and there. And then the older I got, they dropped the big shit on me. The shit that you didn't want to hear about what the fuck went on. And you sitting in shock. And they're doing it for two folds. Number one, they're doing it so the information won't be lost. And the second part, they're doing it to warn you so you won't have to make the same mistakes. But he's right. Talking to your elders, and I do feel for the millennials. Because they may not have a big mama and them still around.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, all my big mama and them, they gone. And they was trying to pass that information down to their children. But they wasn't interested, you know, in the motherfucking 70s and stuff. Kicking it. They wasn't interested in it. So I looked up and got that information. And I just had this conversation with someone, because she's a millennial. And she's like, you're just so lucky to have had your grandmothers. I didn't have that. I'm like, oh, I see what you're saying. I said, yeah, girl, because, you know, when the one grandma transitioned, that was the one for sure. No, you're not African. You're Indian. Your great grandmother was 6'3", with hair down her back. Because my grandmother was 6'1". My dad is 6'9". And he still wasn't even the tallest one. They're like, the tallest relative lives on an Indian reservation. He's 7'2". You're not African. You're Indian. We still have folks living on an Indian reservation. She told me, and then my other uncle told me and my dad. So the heritage stuff, I had already knew that little part. It came straight from her mouth. And then my dad reinforced it. I'm like, yeah, grandma told me that. He's like, oh, okay then. But grandma, when I got older, started telling me like the dirt stuff behind the scenes stuff. The clutch your motherfucking pearl stuff. I would like come home from college on break, go visit grandma, go chill with her, sit in her motherfucking room, and just kick it with her. And she was giving me like the clutch your pearls shit. And over them years, she went through every motherfucker in the family. And I was like, oh, clutch the pearls, clutch the pearls. And even gave me the backstory of shit that happened to her. So I was ready. And I just sat in the cut. I ain't see a motherfucking thing, nothing. Because that's what it is. They're giving you this information for a reason. That's why I pulled my sis coat. Because her grandmother is 92-something years old. And her granny is starting to share that stuff with her. And I told her, you keep your motherfucking mouth closed. This information ain't for you to be, girl, granny. No, keep your motherfucking mouth closed. She's telling you this for you to have the knowledge to sit in the cut. She's preparing you for something. So when grandma transitioned, because it's me and my aunt was like really, really super close with my granny. So when she transitioned and I went back for the services or whatever, and so me and my aunt was alone. And so my aunt thought she was telling me some stuff. I said, yeah, grandma already told me that. She's like, girl, shut up. I said, when grandma told you that? I said, girl, grandma told me that when I was in college. What? I didn't know. I said, yeah, grandma had already told me what's shaking down. She said, okay, I'm telling you now, because in case somebody get the clowning up in these services, I said, we gonna get these motherfuckers all the way together, because I'm not for it. I'm not for it. Because she already done laid out the good, the bad, and the ugly. So sure enough, we sitting in the cut at the little services. Somebody thought they was finna show they motherfucking ass because they bitter. I said, don't even try it. And this was an elder. I said, don't even try it. Grandma, they already told me. I already know how it dropped down. So how you want to do this? We can lay this on out right here. All out in the cut. If you want to get down in the mud, dirt. Oh, we can go there. And you should have seen his face. I said, oh, yeah. Yeah, Grandma told me. I got it all. So it's up to you how you want to do that. How you want to do it? And they just dropped their head. And I was like to myself, that's what the fuck I thought. So we're saying all of this to say those secrets are dangerous. They're very, very dangerous. We let people slide with secrets because of shame, trying to protect. And it's not right. It's not fair. Some of the ancestors, they had to do it in order to survive. They had to put up with fuck shit to survive. And we're talking outside of the family and inside of the family too. But now we're in the age that our generation and the generations to come, you are supposed to be setting the record straight. So this fuck shit, these secrets, this mistreatment, this abuse, you're supposed to be setting the record straight. You are supposed to be standing up for what's right. You're supposed to be telling it like it is, regardless of how ugly it is. You're supposed to be telling it. And you cannot break generational curses if you are not doing that. If you want to sit up and bullshit and pretend to be something that you're personally not, because we see that a lot, especially on this social motherfucking media world, people be fronting, and that be the furthest thing for from their life. So if I know your motherfucking monk ass on these social media streets doing it, I know you're doing it in your personal life, and I know you're bullshitting, and I know you really ain't about breaking generational curses, building a healthy legacy. Therefore, I know you're full of shit, and I'm not rocking with you. Because when you're putting the truth out there, when you're telling it like it is, that's what frees you. Mm-hmm. Can't another motherfucker come and hold nothing against you. Well, bitch, you did such and such so. Yep, you motherfucking right. I sure did. I did such and so. I was fucked up back in the day, blah, blah, blah. I own that. I own my shit. That's what being a man is. That's what being a woman is. Owning your shit. You're not going to get respect sitting up here fronting. And especially the old heads and the Gen Xers, own your shit. If you did it, say you did it. Talk about the experience with what you did. But don't sit up here and pretend and play Nothing pisses me off more. It's like seeing a former whore in church want to try to tell a young girl, oh, you dress provocatively. But bitch, didn't you used to sell pussy back in the day? Yeah, mom and them told me you used to sell pussy. So why is you criticizing? It's phony. Tell it for what it is. Nobody should be able to call you out on your shit faster than you calling you out on your shit. You used to do yup, show, fuck did, yup, show, yep. I did that shit. I did. I was a dirty, rotten motherfucker. It wasn't right. Own your shit. We should not have another generation coming up in sickness. It's not right. These unhealthy families, these unhealthy fucked up relationships you in, it's not right. And you're not finna sit up here and convince me and play in my motherfucking face and convince me of otherwise. Own your shit. That's the only way you're going to free yourself. That's why niggas running around being everybody but who the fuck they really, really are, because you don't want to own your shit. You came from a fucked up family. It is what it is. You can't fault yourself for who your people were or even who your people are. You do better and break the cycle. If you fucked up your relationships, got fucked up relationships with your old lady, old man, your babies, own that shit. Clean it up. Even if they don't want to be bothered with your stinking ass right now. At least offer the apology, be sincere, and move forward with your life. Doing better. But all this motherfucking excuses, all of this toxic ass behavior, nigga, who you think you fooling?
They said,
yes, sir.
most haven't forgiven themselves. That's why they project it on others. That's part of the hang up and the curse to continue to hold on to shit that no longer serves you. Like you say, own up to your shit. Owning up to it means changing.
Absolutely.
So this is all part of that work you have to put
You have to put in.
for self.
That's right.
I understand that there's plenty that don't have big mamas in the flesh. But she in your DNA. She
That's
with
right.
you. If you're a god, goddess, etc., whatever, and you can't tap in and talk to your people that are within you, that's part of your problem.
I agree.
You ain't putting in the work. You still vibrating too low.
Yup.
Consistently and constantly being distracted from self.
That's right.
You are your purpose until you take on contracts to bring life here.
That's right.
Then, unfortunately or fortunately, that's where your energy has to go. It ain't about you having a life to do this, to do that. That's a contract that you agree.
You agreed to it.
To help somebody else fulfill their purpose. That's what it's about, fulfillment of purpose.
Indeed.
You were trusted because you made this agreement before you got here that you were going to be a quote unquote parent. Other than that, you would have used your God powers to create a life. You made that contract.
That's right.
Own it.
That's right. Indeed. Indeed. Sis Tifa says, God bless her G mama. Just transitioned, buried her last Tuesday. She turned 101 last March. So honor to your ancestor. Absolutely.
For sure.
Honor. Yeah, fam. We have to be real. You know, when I get up here saying create the world you want, I mean that. But you have to do the work. Because if you got that fucked upness around you, that's what you're going to keep creating, the fucked upness. And you can't walk this plane and you have fucked over folks, destroyed lives, and think that all is going to be well. It doesn't work that way. You have to clean up that shit. And yes, forgiving yourself is a huge part of that. But when you forgive yourself, that means you have also gone and rectified the destruction that you have caused. Because you don't get out of that either. And there's nothing more freer. There's nothing more respectable to me when somebody owns their shit. That's mad respect. That's why I love my auntie and them. Because, goddamn it, they told it to us raw. You understand me? And even all coming up, they told that shit to us raw. And all my cousins be like, God damn, they're getting on now. But now we understand why. We understand why they did what they did. We have to be honest with ourselves. You have to love yourself, because everything I'm telling you, that's a part of loving yourself. Because when you do the work, that shows that you love yourself, that you value yourself. That's what being true authentic is about. That's why so many people are having problems with relationships. People have so many problems with material things, with the this, with the that, with the this, because your motherfucking soul is rotten. And see, you're not finna sit up here and convince me. Your soul is rotten. And I don't care what group you join, it's not going to change it if you don't get your soul in order. That's why I'm strong about don't come to me about no motherfucking group. Don't come to me with that motherfucking whining. Because I'm going to cuss you out. Now, I'm giving grace to these babies. Absolutely, goddammit, they deserve the grace. But you old heads, as my grandmama say, I'm going to walk in that ass and peep out. I don't want to hear it. Clean your shit up. Don't come up here thinking you could sweet talk me about how you'd have been motherfucking wrong, and I can feel through the phone. I can feel it through the motherfucking ethers that you done fucked up and destroyed lives, nigga. I can feel it. And that's why I walk in that ass the way I do. I ain't got it to give. Clean up your shit. These babies didn't just wake up overnight in the state that they did. God damn it, who raised them? So everybody getting put on notice. That's including my motherfucking ass. I'm held accountable within my own family. I'm held accountable on these motherfucking YouTube streets. It matters what you do. It matters what you say. So go on now. There's grown folks over here. And I'm not the one. I'm the auntie with the scarf. And I'm going to call you on your bullshit. This is about loving yourself enough to own your shit, clean up your shit, make amends. And whomever you wronged, they're not obligated to be bothered with you. Let's make that clear. They're not obligated. They may in their own time decide to give you another chance. All you can do is from the sincereness of your soul, go make amends. And it's going to free yourself. You'll be surprised how free you become and what doors just open up to you.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
Also to those who have been victimized, know when to let somebody else's karma go. You don't have to keep holding on to that. Know that you weren't wrong. You didn't do anything. That's just somebody else being low vibrational. Let that go. Let them carry that baggage. They were the ones wrong. Don't punish yourself over somebody doing wrong to you.
Indeed.
You have to let that go. That's part of your healing.
Absolutely.
You may not necessarily get an apology from somebody else. That person may have just been a test or a distraction to keep you from doing what you gotta do. It don't matter that they're blood, family, or whatever. You still have your purpose to fulfill. And you don't have to tie yourself eternally to somebody that's fucked up.
Tell it, Brother Sean. Can you say that part again? And speak into the mic a little louder.
You don't have to tie yourself eternally to somebody that has done some fucked up shit to you. Let it grow beyond that shit. This is a war. And as you see, family has been fighting each other for millions of years. Even these so-called gods that some of y'all look up to. It was fighting all in their family from day one. We got to get past that. Everybody ain't gonna make it. You determine whether or not you make it. We've all been victimized in one way or another. It's getting beyond that. Shit is going to happen.
Yep.
We have to get beyond it. We just can't sit there and a pile of shit saying something stank.
Right.
I digress.
Let me give you your explosion. All of that part.
We can't continue to be victims. Like people keep talking about this quote unquote slavery and racism and all this bullshit we keep making excuses about. If we have war and you know that everything is fair game, why are you complaining about the way that they're fighting?
Exactly.
Ain't nothing to stop you from doing the same shit. But if you have a higher power where you can basically just think these motherfuckers out of existence, why won't you do that?
Right.
You'll put all this time and energy into social media, debating motherfuckers about stupid shit, gossip, thottery,
Thottery, da, 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 da. Right.
everything but your higher self. This shit is already over.
Right.
Why not let it go?
Right.
We in a new era. But all we keep seeing is third dimensional shit because y'all refuse to let shit go.
Won't let it go.
I'm seeing other shit. I can see what's going on with the third dimensional shit,
Yep.
but I'm seeing other shit beyond this shit.
Yep.
I'm not stressed out about none of this shit.
Purr.
I see what's happening, but it ain't my reality.
Exactly.
I don't put my energy into all this bullshit. I'm not saying shit ain't happening to people, but if you're in that environment putting out that type of frequency, then yeah, that shit is going to happen to you
Right.
because of the choices that you make. You don't have loyalty to something or someone that doesn't want what's best for you.
Ooh, goddamn. Unc, run that shit again for the slow ones in the back, baby. Say that again.
You don't have no loyalty to anything or anyone that's on that low vibrational shit, that don't want what's best for you. We shouldn't want anything but what's best for one another.
That's right.
We say we love each other. We call each other brother and sister and treat each other every other way.
Exactly. Like shit.
You sit up and call these sisters queens and goddesses. But all you got is thoughts. You're not really respecting her.
Right.
What's with that? I mean, we could take this so many different ways. And it's still all going to come back to respecting or disrespecting the divine feminine. That's why you don't recognize it in yourself. It's a lot of work that needs to be done. And it begins with healing.
Yes.
If you can't be dedicated to your own healing, how is somebody supposed to build with you? Y'all talk about nation building, getting this back and getting that back, and doing this and doing that. But everybody's sick as fuck.
Exactly.
So how is that supposed to work out?
Come on now, tell it now.
Ain't shit else nobody doing as a quote unquote group or community working out. Because everybody is still sick.
Come on, tell it, baby.
Until you heal, you will not ascend.
No.
And if you don't have the time and energy to put off into your healing, also healing requires righting the wrongs, apologizing to people, making shit right. All that's a part of healing.
That is right.
embrace that, or you'll be back.
Right.
I digress.
Right. And in the words of my auntie, my white auntie Tina Marie, I ain't coming back no more. Been here before. I'm done with this shit. So let me give you your explosion again. Exactly, Uncle Sean. Heal yourself. And I'm not trying to hear none of that talk. I don't want to hear it. I'm with the Glenn Jones song, You Gotta Show Me.
That was the cut.
What to show me what I gotta do. All right, nigga, let me get you my list. Here's my motherfucking list. Ding, 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 ding. So, yeah, you gotta show me. That talking, that don't mean shit to me. You gotta show me. He's right. We already know why the shit fails. Because it's a bunch of hurt people running around trying to form something, and you haven't healed and swept around your own doorstep. We told y'all that fucking years ago. Sweep around your own doorstep. That's why you have no loyalty in these groups. No integrity. We already know that's from unhealedness. We already know that. So you ain't fooling nobody over here. It's deeper than this surface shit y'all running around here talking about. Who are you? What do you stand on? What are your values? I'm looking at your character. Be honest. We know most don't make the cut. Let's be fucking honest. We know most don't make the cut. So, fam, I hope that, you all got some value out of it. Ain't show me, Glenn Jones. Show me is the shit. That's the shit. That's the song. I get my motherfucking list together. Here's my list. And you said show you, so I put that shit in writing. But I hope you all got some value out of this, fam. This is truly about loving yourself and healing yourself, cleaning up your shit, owning your shit. That's a part of loving yourself. And when you do that work, so many doors are going to open for you. You're going to be you're going to have so much peace. And I'm telling you, once you walk through that door and you truly find that peace, you ain't giving it up for nobody, nothing. It'll never happen. You'll never go back to sickness. Do the work. Don't think you finna escape, because you ain't. Don't think that you can shit on people and it ain't gonna come back to you. Oh, you gonna get it back. Who are you? What do you stand on? All right, y'all. Okay, so, child, we got a bunch of follow-up. Shit, almost had me crying up here. But that needed to be said. All righty. Let's see. Okay, so Sis Nonya. Okay, so let me bring this up. I just love the fam. Y'all be so on it. Just so intelligent, like my grandma would say. My grandbaby is intelligent. Just a hot mess. She'd be quick to cuss somebody out. You said, what about my grandbaby? My grandbaby is intelligent. Hot mess. That was the short fighting one, y'all. 5'2". She could whoop everybody's ass. No fucks was given. My dad was afraid of her ass. He's like, yeah, your grandma didn't play. I saw her pistol whip a nigga in the street. I'm like, little old grandma. Yeah, she didn't play. I ain't fooled with your guy. I said, well, damn. A mess. So shout out to my granny. Hot ass mess. All right. So, Sis Nonya, I'm going to bring up the picture that I told y'all I had saw in that movie, Come Away, the movie that I was telling y'all, check it out, with Angelina Jolie and the melanated man. And it was really the story about how Peter Pan became Peter Pan and how Tinkerbell became Tinkerbell. Mm-hmm. And they was dropping in there that Peter Pan was of mixed heritage. He had an Indian mama and a Black European father. And so this picture that I'm showing y'all, I caught it on the wall in their house. And I said, I seen this picture before. Fam, if y'all know who this is, let me know. I'm telling you, I seen this picture before. So shout out to Sis Nonya. Okay, and Sis Nonya also the one that came up with the term protect your portal. Okay. We was giving y'all a motherfucking heads up to what was getting ready to go on. And we nicknamed it PYP. But anyhow, Sis came up, she found it. She found the receipts. So this is called Head of a Man, Frederick Aldridge. So this is the picture. Okay. So I'm just going to bring up real quick. I'm going to bring up, let me look for it. Just give you a little background on that. On Aldridge. I was so happy that Sis found that. And shout out to Come Away for throwing that in there. We called it, boo. We called it. So Ira Aldridge is literally got a little Wikipedia page and everything. So Ira Frederick Aldridge, born 1807, transitioned 1867, was an American-born British actor, playwright, and theater manager, known for his portrayal of Shakespearean characters. James Hewlett and Aldridge are regarded as the Black American transients. Born in New York, Aldridge's first professional acting experience was in the early 1820s with the African Grove Theater Troupe. I thought everybody was enslaved and all of that, but okay. Facing discrimination in America, he left in 1824 for England. Or was he just going back home? I'm just saying. But we'll continue.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
But just the fact that he had the freedom to come and go.
Right, but I thought everybody was enslaved, though.
Exactly.
Right. So, and everybody was from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So he left in 1824 for England and made his debut at London's Royal Coburg. Now remember when we pulled the Coburg coat of arms, the original one, it was melanated. But let's continue. The Royal Coburg Theater. As his career grew, his performances of Shakespeare's classics eventually met with critical acclaim, and he subsequently became the manager of Coventry's Theatre Royal. From 1852, Aldridge toured much of continental Europe and received top honors from several heads of state. He died suddenly while on tour in Poland and was buried in Lodz. Aldridge is the only actor of Black American descent honored with a bronze plaque at the Shakespeare Memorial Theater in Stratford upon Avon. So y'all should know that all them Shakespearean characters was really all about melanated folk. And even Shakespeare, and they say Shakespeare was a woman.
Yep, that's what they say.
A melanated woman.
Yep.
Okay. So, oh boy, received his honors for portraying them Shakespeare characters. Two of Aldridge's daughters, Amanda and Luranya, became professional opera singers. So they was kicking it all like that up in the 1800s. Oh, okay then. So I'm not finna go into his heritage and all that. You know, if somebody bored, y'all can pull old boy's genealogy if you bored. Pull it, and if you pull it, either make a video or come drop it on us. But it'll be interesting to dig into his genealogy to see if he was of mixed heritage, or if he was just all the way Black European. That would be interesting. Okay. So here's some of the other pictures of him. Cause I'm like, I know I seen this man before. Okay. All right. So, or they don't look like him as Othello though. They look like somebody else as Othello. All right. What the hell ever. All right. So again, I got that off of Wikipedia. So again, this is old boy, and in that movie Come Away, they had his portrait on the wall. So shout out to Come Away. Now, one thing I have to say about Hollywood, I always catch them throwing in the background Black American Indian statues, paintings, and when they're in Europe, I catch Black Europeans on the wall. I always catch them. Always, always, always. And I'm like, damn, they know. They literally had the picture of King James in it wasn't the Elizabeth. One of King James's daughters. It was a movie on her. And they had the Black King James picture over that fireplace, plain as fucking day. And I'm like, damn, they just got that shit right in the open. So we see Hollywood. We see. Don't think we ain't seeing, because we are. All right. Okay. So thanks, sis, Nonya, for researching that and finding that information. I truly, truly appreciate it, sis. Because the sister, I knew I had seen that. It flashed across my photogenic memory. Okay, so that's that. What I also want to bring up, Sis Nonya said, yes, like the movie about the Russian female spy. She was in that Shangri-La hotel with Aboriginal statues. Yeah, I see a lot of movies with Aboriginal Indian statues. And it was this one YouTube dude. I don't know how this video came up on my feed. And I clicked it because he was going to film this abandoned mansion. And so he went in the mansion and it was still furniture and stuff in there. And in that person's abandoned mansion, they had a bunch of indigenous Black Indian statues. My mouth was like, damn, I wish I could get them statues. And you could tell he paid good money for them, too. He had some of the tobacco ones. Y'all know the ones with them in the skirts with the tobacco leaves and the crowns and stuff. My mouth just dropped open. So they know. They definitely know what's up. All right, y'all. So I do have something else to share. And then I was looking for just making sure Brother Odel didn't come in before I keep running my mouth. All right, so let's get to this. So this particular one came across my notifications right before we jumped on the air. This is from NPR. Okay, and this is the Supreme Court hands down defeat to Native American tribes in Oklahoma. Okay, so let me see if we can listen. And hold on, fam. I think I'm going to try to share my little screen so y'all could hear it too. Okay. All right, so let's see if we can listen to this. If not, I'll read it through.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Lithia Motors. Introducing Green Cars, an online resource where customers can learn about owning an electric or hybrid vehicle, then shop for a model that's right for them. Click the play button below to meet CFO Tina Miller, who shares why they want to help everyone interested in an EV find a vehicle that fits their budget and lifestyle.
Ciao.
Native Americans in Oklahoma rejoiced when the Supreme Court ruled 3 years ago that the eastern half of Oklahoma is on tribal land and that the state could not bring criminal prosecutions on Indian land without the consent of the tribes living there. Well, today the court narrowed that decision, ruling that the state could prosecute non-Indigenous people for crimes committed against Native Americans in Indian country. The decision prompted an angry dissent from Justice Neil Gorsuch, who has written extensively and sympathetically about the abuses inflicted on Indigenous tribes in the course of American history. NPR Legal Affairs correspondent Nina Totenberg reports.
On the surface, this might look like a cut-and-dried case. In the aftermath of the court's 2019 decision, the state was no longer empowered to prosecute those accused of committing crimes on Indian territory. Only the tribal courts or the federal government could do that, and the tribal courts were generally not authorized to prosecute non-Indians. According to the federal government, that decision 3 years ago meant a 400% increase in federal prosecutions from 2020 to 2021, with many people either not held accountable or receiving lighter sentences in plea deals. In light of that, Oklahoma's governor and attorney general asked the Supreme Court to reverse its earlier decision. The High Court refused. But today, it issued a more limited decision declaring that the state may prosecute crimes committed against Native American victims by non-Indians in Indian territory. Bottom line, the power to prosecute will most likely now shift back to the state and away from the federal government. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote the decision for the court's 5 conservatives, minus Neil Gorsuch, the conservative justice with the consistently loud and passionate voice for protection of Native American rights. The decision came in the case of Manuel Castro Huerta, a non-Indian first prosecuted by the state and sentenced to 35 years in prison for the criminal abuse of his 5-year-old Cherokee stepdaughter, who weighed only 19 pounds and was covered with feces and lice when she was taken to the hospital. His conviction was set aside after the Supreme Court's 2019 decision, and he was then sentenced to 7 years in a plea deal with federal prosecutors. Today, the Supreme Court ruled that the state had concurrent power to prosecute him. Governor Kevin Stitt called the decision a pivotal victory that would allow the state to prosecute non-Indians and to protect Native American victims. But the chief of the Cherokee tribe, Chuck Hoskin Jr., said that unlike previous governors, Stitt has been unwilling to work cooperatively with the tribes.
Governor Stitt is an outlier in my experience with Oklahoma governor. In the last certainly 20 years, we've had very good relationships with governors. It's only been under Governor Stitt that we've ran into someone who just fundamentally does not see a role for tribes in the modern world.
Justice Kavanaugh's majority decision was based in large part on practicalities. Indian country is part of the state, not separate from the state, he said, and therefore, unless Congress says otherwise, a state has jurisdiction over all of its territory, including Indian territory. Justice Gorsuch, who usually is part of the court's most conservative bloc, instead voted with the court's 3 liberals. In a scathing dissent, he recounted the famous decision written by Chief Justice John Marshall in 1832, which barred the state of Georgia from throwing some 100,000 Cherokee Indians off their land. The decision was for naught, though, because both Georgia and President Andrew Jackson flouted it, leading to the Indian Trail of Tears en route to newly designated Indian reservations west of the Mississippi River. Where this court stood firm then, Gorsuch said, today it wilts. Nina Totenberg, NPR News, Washington.
Native American.
And now, more from NPR.
All right, let me stop. Okay.
Live.
All right, NPR. We don't want no more. Thank you, NPR. So this is Supreme Court hands down defeat to Native American tribes in Oklahoma. So Brother Odell's in the house. Nisi Poo is in the house and want to come up. So we gonna get to crack it because this is a good segue for Brother Odell to come on up. So we could get cracking. So hold on a sec, y'all. Let me drop the link for y'all. And we finna get it cracking. So here we go. Okay. Peace and love, Joe Jack. Okay, Nisi Poo and Brother Odell, there's the link. Ciao. That's all I gotta say. Oh, let me unmute them. Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. Y'all should be unmuted now. Y'all...
So much for sovereignty, huh?
They never had it.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So much for that.
And they keep showing them. Exactly. They never had it. And Brother Odell showed you why they never had it.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Sean, you had anything you want to put on it?
No, ma'am.
All right. Let's let Brother Odell come in the house. Brother Odell, our cousin from the UK, in the house. Let me unmute him. You should be unmuted, brother. Let me try again. All right. Nisi Poo, what name you trying to come up under? Child, y'all know y'all be having 179 accounts. Oh, yeah, I don't know you, Boo Bear. I don't know you, so I don't know who you are. No, Nisi Poo coming up under her name. Brother Odell, you there?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening,
Hey,
everybody.
how are you, Brother
Good night,
Odell?
brother.
I'm good, sister. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
It's
You
good
know,
to hear your
we're
voice after
back.
last week.
I know, child. But I can't even put it on them. It was my raggedy internet company. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you doing good?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing good. I'm pretty much ready. I'll probably email you. I've got a set of links from some of the stuff that I'm probably going to share with the chat. But yeah, I'm ready as you are. We're always ready here, no matter what goes on. You get me? But
Yeah.
I'm glad everybody's in. How is everybody anyway?
Doing good. Peace and love to you, brother.
Okay, that's good. I like to hear that energy. Positive.
Peace and love, Brother Odell. Peace and love, everybody.
Oh, I like
Peace
that
and love.
voice, Nisi Poo.
Yeah, Nisi Poo. Peace and love. What you got to put on, Nisi Poo, with the Native American stuff? And then I just want, after that, Brother Odell, to refresh the people's memory why they aren't sovereign. But Nisi Poo, you go on and put something on it.
Child. So I got up this early part of the day and checked my phone, and it was the first thing that popped up. I said, let me read this article. And yes, basically, as people are trying to say, we're not them, we have to remember what synonyms are. So you have American Indian, which is a synonym of Native American, which is a synonym of Aboriginal people, which is a synonym of Indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
They look at that as all being the same under the Department of Interior. And you'll notice the Department of Interior uses all of those words interchangeably as synonyms. Now, the fuckery is what we had already talked about when Uncle Sean brought that, I can't remember what it was, but me and Brother Scotty was reading it together. And it was talking about, it was talking about how the Native American Indian, however we want to say it, pick your synonym, how they are basically not sovereign. They are wards of the state, and their representative is the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And they are wards of the state as well. Actually, in a worse situation, because they live on these reservations and they haven't been educated as, on the history as well.
Exactly.
They're just kind of stuck in a bubble of, not knowing what the hell's really going on. So I say that to say this article is monumental in showing the people the true jurisdiction, or I shouldn't say true because it's really not true. It's a construct. So they've constructed this jurisdiction that because the tribes are located in the state of Oklahoma or whatever the hell the state is, that they have jurisdiction. And they're in the last little paragraph when she talked about Indian removal that happened in Georgia, like, are we still confused? We shouldn't be confused at this point. They're not sovereign.
Nope.
The states are claiming to have more power at this point, and the federal government is allowing them to have it.
Exactly.
So I yield on that. Great share, Auntie. It seems like we was on the same wavelength because I had shared that out this early part of the day, and I wanted to bring it up, and you brought it up. So
Perfect.
I appreciate that.
Perfect. So let me give you your explosion. Thank you, Nisi Poo. Thank you. So, Brother Odell, just at a high level, we don't have to go into real detail because Nisi Poo done already highlighted and told them that they have jurisdiction over them. But if you don't mind just reiterating the reason why they are not sovereign. Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Oh, Brother Odell got remuted. Ciao. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, sister.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not letting me unmute myself for some
Okay,
reason.
yeah. Let me change that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
fine, sister. It's no problem. Yeah, we've covered this. I can't remember if it was on with Nisi Poo, but there's two aspects of it. There's the terms that is used to assist in mention, the synonyms that they're using is one aspect of it, but mainly the due to the War on Land Convention, which we have covered extensively, the federal so-called government, meaning the corporation, are occupiers, and any classifications that come under the federal, this is why the federal government is a crock of fraud. Any classification, remember their offices have been removed to the IMF since Woodrow Wilson, not Woodrow, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when they had the bank holiday and flex free, the offices have been moved to the IMF, so it's international. So that's how our country over here comes in, London and the Vatican come in. There's still, so all the corporations are tied to the Vatican through the Bank of International Settlements and IMF. So the classifications that are used under the War on Land Convention mean that the so-called Native Americans, that term, the synonyms of it is Native American, Aboriginal American, whatever term they're using in the uppercase text, still comes under the corporate construct under Sector 2 AKV with that trust that they're operating from through the War on Land Convention. So they can't be sovereign because they're classed as enemies of their own estates, and under the jurisdiction they're minors or wards, as Nisi correctly put it, wards of state. So they don't have that. And that's due to what happened with all the land titles being taken under the Vatican through bona vacantia. So none of the states, all the states are in what I class as war-torn commercial jurisdiction due to the War on Land Convention and Sector 2 AKV, which puts them all in what I call commercial jurisdiction, which means every land has what's called zip codes. And if they come under zip codes, that puts them into what's called commercial jurisdiction, which we covered under bona vacantia. Right. So they're all lost and abandoned. They're all beyond the seas.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Odell. Thank you for that. So we just wanted to remind you. So this stuff that, we're bringing you, and specifically Brother Odell is giving you the receipts. He's giving you the details. And it's not like they're not telling us this stuff. They're telling us. So all of these people running around here talking about, okay. And they keep showing these particular groups, you're not sovereign. They build stuff on their quote land when they want to. Now they're even saying from a legal perspective, from criminal, whatever perspective, we can override you on that also. Okay? Because they never had it to begin with. Okay. All right. So with that said, Brother Odell, I'm going to turn it over to you. It's whatever direction you want to go. Did you want to get on the reset stuff tonight, or which direction? Because we got so much to go over.
We agreed. But last time, before the internet provider decided to do an convenient upgrade on a Thursday. They could have done it any other time, but decided to do it then. He could have done it all this other time. John could have done it and they decided to do it right on a Thursday. How convenient.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we agreed to do the mud flood stuff. I think that it was following on from the stuff that we've been doing. It was agreed that we'd do the mud flood. I can't remember exactly what, but I definitely was with mud flood. It was to do with the
reset
the show that he did. Yeah.
It was the reset. You said it was 1740.
That's right. I'm going to cover it today. I'm going to cover that. Perfect. And the aspects of the two zodiacs, I think I've got it kind of covered from a more of a bigger standpoint. But I touch in on the Arctic and the mud flood stuff, and then it expands onto the galactic stuff as well. So I've expanded it a bit, so I've tied them both in.
Okay. So I'm ready whenever you're ready. Let me make sure I get this Zoom together to make sure you're able to share properly. say all participants. All participants. Okay, so you should be able. So while you're getting your information together, so Nisi Poo says, and they also said Indians cannot prosecute / convict non-Indians. Side eyes. And I'm going to put blink 75 times on the end of that. So, and then Cece says they still have landlords. Absolutely.
They're tenants on that land.
Right. They're tenants on the land. Blink 75 times behind that. So the sovereignty is where?
In their mind.
Yeah, because we've been telling y'all that. We just used simple logic before Brother Odel brought them fire receipts. We use simple logic saying if somebody's controlling your trust, you don't know who the trustee is. You don't know what's in the trust. I'm confused. How you sovereign? Your own people don't even control that trust? Mm-hmm. With all the assets in it, you don't even know what assets are in it? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay then. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Okay, no worries.
Sometimes, Sister Rhonda, I know me and Nisi Poo should definitely do something on this land stuff. We'll definitely do something on this land stuff because this commercial stuff. We've had this debate over this with these people. I'm saying, listen, I don't care. Even over here, due to this stuff with the UP, I mean, I haven't got into the UPU stuff yet, which is quite gangster. And it's very clear as day. We covered this stuff, Rhonda.
Yeah.
We made it very clear, no matter which jurisdiction it is. Even over here, we have postal codes. It still puts it in commercial jurisdiction. Everybody's got a contract with the postal union,
exactly.
Which is in Bern, in Switzerland, which is the Fourth Reich, I call it the Vatican, due to the Templars of Octagon. I haven't gotten on that. I haven't gotten on that stuff yet. Which gets into the Secret Society of the Knights of Malta, which the Queen Elizabeth issued the Dame Hospital for the Knights of Malta. Right. But what it does mean that it covers the height width depth issue of the square that the Vatican have due to the Pope having the Swiss Guard, and the Swiss Guard is protecting the Bank of International Settlements, which I have covered on here, the BIS, which is what was set up with the Depository Trust Company, which is over there, which is do what we've just been talking about, these so-called Indians. The Depository Trust Company, because all the securities and assets are being traded with the Depository.
Exactly.
And we've covered this. All the assets are being traded. And again, we've made it very clear that that's controlled by the Bank of International Settlements and the IMF. So it's allowing, using the World Land Convention, it's allowing the federal government, Joe Biden and them, and Sleepy Joe, it's allowing them to maladministrate estates. That's what they're doing with the World Land Convention, which we've clearly covered. And you know, people could do a simple experiment. I can challenge everybody right now right on this show, obviously not including this on the panel. Right. Go out to the nearest shop and go and buy some food. And what you're going to receive, you're going to receive a receipt. Now, we read the World Land Convention of how the so-called government are usufructuary of public buildings, and that a receipt is to be handed out. I read right through it.
Yep.
What more can we do? People could do simple stuff, and we can go and prove this quite simply. You can look at any letter that comes to your house, it's got zip codes on it. That's commercial jurisdiction. This is not hard.
It's not hard.
Stuff.
You kept going over it. And remember the young man that was in the chat talking about, no, such and so own Louisiana. We're like, okay, bring the receipts. We still ain't received nothing. Nary of a receipt. And then shout out to Brother Kui Mayo, who broke down all of that situation with the Ouachita Nation and the Louisiana stuff. He went back and dug up all the receipts on how that transpired, and it was based on land patents, which they never really had out the gate, no way, land patents that was issued to other Black Europeans. It had nothing to do with the indigenous people of the land.
Yeah.
And you can even see in the land patent where it was taken from indigenous people and given to whoever was getting the land patent. It said it in the patent. It was such and such from the Creek Nation, due to the treaty. Like this was
it's
done.
There. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you just read the patents, like Nishipu said, if you read the patents, you can tell where the fraud has been.
Exactly. That's exactly what Nishipu was saying. And Brother Odell, what had happened was, your crazy American cousins. It's always some propaganda. It was folks running around talking about, oh, you could go take your land patent and claim land. And I flat out said, no, you can't. Because how are you going to claim something that was issued by these European kingdoms that took it from the indigenous people? And then they had the nerve to have a flat out attitude with me. And I told them to prove me wrong. I said what the fuck I said. And you could come on the show, motherfucker. You could come on the show and prove me wrong. And ain't nobody came on and proved me wrong. And now it's crickets about them goddamn land patents. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Pooh.
And the people who was screaming all these land patents to this day are still going live from their apartment.
Oh, child, now,
apartment. They don't
and it's nothing against anybody who live in an apartment. I don't have anything against that. I'm just saying, if you can do some shit and you done some shit, why is you going live from your apartment still? That's what I'm saying.
In a commercial jurisdiction with a zip code.
We gotta add that in there.
I saw I'm gonna keep saying it because
you're right.
They never talk about lordal title to land. They never talk about that. We speak about that here. They talk about land patents and all this stuff. I'm speaking, hang on a minute, why are you not talking about original lordal title to land? And if that's the case, you've got that lordal title, which the Vatican took, as we all know, because I've discussed that. Then that's what the Vatican took, and then they issued these. And I don't know what they call them. Obviously in England, they call them freehold and leasehold. But over there, what's the term these people have for the titles I have over there?
What
the Vatican have issued?
You mean the deeds? Is it deeds?
Yeah. Deed means renter.
We have
freehold and leasehold over here. You told me before.
We have fee simple, and then we also have quit claim deeds. A lot of people who are holding title have have quit claim deeds, and they also, the best one to have if you are going to have any property is the warranty deed. But there's so many different kinds, but the most common is fee simple and quit claim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the ones that the Vatican took with Woodrow Wilson in 1913, I think we covered this, were the fee simple absolute ones, the ones that got taken. So they're the ones that took deliberately. I think we covered that before. I think I mentioned it. The fee simple absolute ones were taken. So all the other ones that are issued, all the other ones that have been issued since then are after what Woodrow Wilson did, basically meant that that's how they're able to use mortgages, because before then they couldn't have mortgages. So any ones that have been issued since then, around about that time, have been the ones where the mess up's been going on, because before you never used to have to pay land taxes to the Vatican, meaning the federal government. Land taxes before then, you didn't have to pay no land tax. So anytime you owe somebody something, that's called in contract law, that's called an obligation. How you own your own land and yet you have an obligation on that land?
Exactly.
I don't need to say no more. If you've got load of tax to your land, nobody's coming. And I talked about this in terms of the tree of run over here, 1213. The king could take the people's land off of them and not even pay tax. So the people on the land, even over here, they knew about that even back then. So my point here is that land that's not in commercial jurisdiction means you can build on it, you can do what you want on it, and you don't pay no taxes to the government or Vatican or anybody else. So anytime I hear anything about you owe somebody anything, I'm at that point, Sister Rhonda, we can switch off.
Yeah, I agree. And the interesting part about it, Brother Odell, shout out to some of the Moors, Because the first time I heard about allodial title was through them. Now, I heard one person, and I forget who it was, he's a Moor, said he had an allodial title, but the catch is that means you can't get any of them government services.
Correct.
So that means your motherfucking house catch on fire, that bitch finna burn down. You better have a one of those.
Uh-huh.
You can't call the motherfucking police. None of that. You can't get none of them services. I remember specifically him saying that. So you better be off grid like a MF. You truly better be off grid if you have those having a allodial title. And I forgot who said that. Shout out to that brother who told me that information. But that was how I learned about that allodial title.
Yeah, and I agree. So it's good.
I heard that one of the departments, I guess, of Interior, and they were doing for climate change. They went and burned the property. So, and it was by mistake. Mm-hmm. They had the wrong, kind of tabulations about it, and they burned the property for climate control. And I said, what? So whatever they want to do, they're going to do.
Yes. Yeah, but I'll go as far as this. Because remember what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when we originally we had our own economic base. These people, again, this is why I talk about the War on Land Convention. They're occupiers.
Exactly.
So, that's their modus operandi of the OKO. So again, the War on Land Convention comes in. So the guy was still sovereign with his land. But again, what did they do? They put war on him. That's what they've been doing. There's only two ways. Sister Veronica says there's only two ways this gonna happen. You're either gonna fight them off, or the earth gonna shut them off. There's only two ways this is gonna work. It's as simple as that.
They burn you out.
So if they burn you out, that's fine. But remember, on the principle, every cause has an effect.
Exactly.
So they do that now. It's coming back. This is why it's coming full circle back on them now, because all this war and all this nonsense they've been doing. It's coming back on them full circle, hence why they're trying to get out of all this this karmic debt that's about to switch on them. Due to
exactly, and they ain't gonna get out of it, but yeah.
Exactly. They're trying to attempt that, but I agree with you, sister, but that's where we're coming from, because they know that the jig is up. So all that natural end that's coming back on them is that's what's now right now. That's what's due back on them. That's why they're trying to come up with all this nonsense and burning all the food factories down.
They are.
And try to cause a famine and all this. They want absolute chaos, because from chaos they bring that so-called order. That's what they've been after.
To get people to consent. To get people to consent to the fuckery. And I done already took and told them we ain't consenting, and the quote chaos that you cause, there is karma associated with that also. So you ain't fencing to get away with nothing. We're not consenting to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line. It's over.
Yeah.
That cycle is over.
Yeah. And they just say, oops. I think it was the Arizona fire. I'm not sure the one they started, but it was by accident, they claim. And you thinking you paying all these ducats, but they can come and, eminent domain and take your stuff.
Exactly. And Cece said technically no one owns land here. Exactly. And they keep showing you that. They keep showing it to you. Even the quote Native Americans, they keep showing them you don't own nothing. We tell you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. Bottom line.
I just found this interesting as I was looking up what kind of title do the reservations have? What kind of title do they have? And they have what you call native title. And it's described, I'll read this real quickly. It's described as a bundle of rights in land, meaning a collection of rights. These rights may include the right to camp, hunt, use water, hold meetings, perform ceremony, and protect cultural sites. It is important to note that native title only recognizes the right to perform certain activities, which come from traditional laws and customs, but does not recognize those traditional laws and customs themselves. When a native title claim is determined, Not all rights within the bundle are automatically granted. The High Court the High Court in Western Australia versus Ward said that native title could be extinguished in whole or part. Each right, therefore, needs to be considered separately to determine whether any past acts of government are inconsistent with the continued existence of that right. Examples of acts which can extinguish native title include the grant of a freehold lease or the construction of public works, such as a telephone line or a road. All right, here goes the part that I wanted to get to. In most cases, native title is found to exist alongside other non-indigenous property rights, such as pastoral leases. This form of native title is referred to as non-exclusive possession because others also have rights to the land. Non-exclusive native title rights may include the right to access, hunt, camp, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here goes the other part.
Lumber too.
Native title is inalienable, meaning it cannot be sold or transferred freely. It can only be surrendered to the crown.
It says the crown in there. You
go.
lying.
There
You
you
lying
go.
on them people. You lying on them people. It say the crown in there.
Are you kidding?
And I know it's kind of referring to it's the one over here. As soon as you said that, this
Child, baby, I'm done.
I know. And then they can take your lumber off there, which is most the money that the property is worth was the lumber. So they could go in there and do all of that, cut it all down because they want it. And then you can't say a word about it. You don't really anything.
Ooh,
wow.
That last bit is the one that got me. As soon as you said that, I was like, yo. And keep in mind, I've talked about 1213 over here when the Lord's tax were taken and the king lost his land and the crowns and they went to the Vatican. So as soon as his sister went crown, I went, oh, I know.
I can't believe they said crown in there, though.
Isn't that something? At least they told the truth.
And remember, sister, I covered what the crowns are. You remember I talked about the British lost in the crown in 1975 to Spain because it went back to Vatican. Remember I covered the crown, sister. Remember, Rhonda?
Yeah.
And the talks I've been covering what the crown is. So we people should know what that is. As soon as Nisipu said that, when she mentioned the crown, which is reference to over here, we don't know about the union of crowns, what happened to the crowns, because if you go through the series we've been doing with Sister Rhonda, I've been covering all of that. So don't do the due diligence because we've covered it all anyway. So we know what the crowns are and we know who's got them. So keep going, Sister Rhonda, but go ahead.
No, I'm speechless on that. Nisipu, did you have anything else? If can you drop that link in the chat if you don't mind, if it's a link to that information?
Absolutely, I'll drop it in the chat on
YouTube. I can't believe they said the crown. Now I'm done on that. I'm done. So it's sovereignty where again? Yeah, and I see all of a sudden we getting spammed up in the chat. Right.
Did you notice that most of the leaders are women? If you know, like the queen she's the leader of that whole system.
Why do you think that is, sis?
Because I'm thinking it has something to do with the 13 queens and the AR, race that conquered. What do you call them? The ARs. They had and the dog people. They had the queens, the 13 queens that were rulers, and the men didn't have any say in anything. And so that's what I was thinking about. They want the women's energy, of course, but I think it's more than that for them.
Because, see, they're not, well, they are breaking universal law, but they call themselves following universal law as it relates to land.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why they have the women over stuff. And that's why this European concept of this land titles and stuff being held by men out the gate was flawed.
So they had to change it.
No, I'm talking about when it made that colonization system made it over here, and
feudalism.
feudalism. Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
Going, Sister Rhonda. Yeah,
Exactly. When the feudalism made it over here, and then land ownership, quote, quote, started being put in men
Oh yeah, when they did
name.
free for all.
That was breaking universal law right there.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, they had to put Christianity on people, because they had to justify to the indigenous people why everything had to be patriarchal. Because all the indigenous cultures around the world were matriarchal.
Correct.
So like we've been telling y'all, you indigenous men around the world, you're worshiping a patriarch, you're supporting a patriarch that ain't working for you. It's a total big failure. But the people that run the system behind the scenes, they bow down to a matriarch.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, they do.
If you look at the pictures in the Vatican, and I think I'll pull them up at some point. I think I've got some somewhere. It's clear in there. They've got the called the Black Madonna, so to speak.
Yeah,
but we know it's not that. But you see the Vatican,
right?
I think I showed images of it before, Sister Rhonda.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. So no, that's what I just wanted to point that out. That's a great analogy, Sis Sandra. Yeah, but that's why they do it. They understand the science,
right?
The metaphysics of the realm. It is a feminine realm.
Yeah.
So they do one thing, but have sold to you another, and you're following it.
Now Charles is supposed to be taking the crown, so that's going to be a problem, ain't it?
Which, shit, how old is that lady? 175?
She's 96 or something like that.
I could swore that lady is older than that, but okay then.
And he's about to take the throne, and they're putting her out of the situation. But that's going to violate the laws too, so they're going to have to find something else. They're making Kamala, the queen. But he's going to be the one talking, and they're saying already that he's not even fit.
Nope, I don't think it's going to get it. I don't
think so either.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to get it. With all this nonsense going on now, with all the stuff we've got planned with this global currency reset that's coming, of all they've got planned for you lot over there with all these food factories that are being destroyed. Listen, there's going to be so much chaos. They're going to have no time to inherit anything. They want absolute chaos. They've got with the inflation and all that stuff. People are gonna have so much crap that's been flooded into them. They won't be having time to talk about who's going to inherit the so-called throne over here. That's not even going to be relevant. I agree with Sister Rhonda. They might talk that stuff, but there's going to be that much chaos that people are going to be too busy trying to feed their faces because they ain't got nothing to eat due to
feed
what's
their
happening
family
here in the Ukraine.
Yeah,
with the Ukraine over here because they produce the first, and I think Ukraine and Russia have produced the most fertilizer and the most wheat. So there's going to be so much crisis points going on right now that people are going to be so obsessed with just getting themselves fed. They won't be thinking about who's going to inherit what throne, where, and when.
I totally agree. And Nisi Poo just talked about that earlier, that people aren't paying attention, that this reset they're putting it in motion. And, you know, we're going to be talking about survival on, you know, how to feed yourself, etc. And as usual, people focus on the wrong stuff. Although we've been telling y'all for years, and we ain't been wrong yet.
Thank goodness.
But people, that's not what people are focused on.
No.
So absolutely, that is what I have been screaming and shouting. Pay attention to these markets. Everything is basically, the housing market is when you see the housing market going crazy, expect everything else to go crazy after that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all of their wealth is predicated on real estate.
Yeah,
they don't have money; they have assets.
Come on, talk about it now.
And so we keep on trying to figure out how come the richer keep getting richer, because they got good credit and they go to these banks with their good credit and they go get assets, houses, land.
And put it in trust.
Yeah, and they put it in trust.
Yep.
And they keep on accumulating all the assets, and we keep paying their rent, making their cash flow higher and higher. But see what's going on now, because the Feds done raised the interest rates. Last week there was a hearing, a finance hearing with the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. And I was so mad because the freaking show didn't commence like it was supposed to last week. But I watched that whole damn thing. I had took notes. So basically, they are arguing back and forth because they're saying that y'all done printed out, sent all these funds directly to people, printed out all this money, and now we're having a really bad inflation because of the stimulus check.
Now I'm sipping tea, looking to the motherfucking side because I told you. But continue, Nisi Poo.
So and so they was also talking about the war with Ukraine, but that's not even the real big deal. The big deal is the fact that they don't introduce trillions of dollars of fake, made, printed out of thin fucking air. Backed by stinking ass breath Jerome Powell and them damn Federal Reserve chairs. It's just not backed by nothing but they damn breath. They done fucked the economy so bad by doing that. But they said, well, the people wouldn't have been able to survive. Well, your asses shouldn't have shut the damn country down.
The world.
Crown.
Right.
Coronavirus.
And in Jerome's defense, I call him Big Daddy. In Big Daddy's defense, wasn't Congress the one coming to him for the loan?
Right.
So he could, at the end of the day, that's why he always walks scot-free. It's like, how you gonna get pissed at the bookie, baby? How you gonna get pissed at the bookie, baby? You came to me for a loan.
You're good business. We refer this private.
Exactly. You came to me, baby, for the loan. So how you go that exactly? So the public being dumb
as hell,
thinking that it's federal and it's not. It's private. That's like you getting pissed with the bank. You loan me too much money. Now I can't pay it back. So that's my problem. How you gonna pay it back somehow? I don't give. You go on the street and start soliciting. You gonna pay me my ends back. So
you made a contract.
Exactly. You did the contract. So this ain't even on Big Daddy. This on the people that y'all, those that vote, that you continue to vote, that you was kicking it with them stimmies, twerking, having your crab legs, them big screen TVs. But see, I knew you did. And that wasn't esoteric. That was simple economics. So this hearing is just for show. But continue, Nisi Poo.
So these people are all sitting there asking this dude questions. And they're like, well, what's really causing the inflation is the rise in gas prices. And this, and this. And it's like, it's all of that, you dumbasses. It's not just one thing. It's all of it. Like, aren't y'all supposed to be intelligent? Y'all sitting up here in these positions, and y'all are dumb as fuck. My 12-year-old daughter understands economics on a higher level than these idiots. And Maxine Waters sitting there as the damn chair ain't said a goddamn word about y'all reparations that y'all looking for, because she does know that it would probably devastate the economy because they don't have enough money as it is. They putting out money into the damn sending out free checks already. So you want another free check, but you want millions? Like that's literally
shit. They
gonna
gonna tell y'all monkey ass that's your reparations. God damn it. You received them stimmies, but go ahead on, Niecy Pooh.
Yeah, so it's just it's complete fuckery, and you see her watch these damn idiots talk, and they are so stupid. I wish they could just go talk to Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. Go read that book. It's a really good book, you know. And I got a lot of respect for Robert Kiyosaki, but it just makes me mad that these people sit in these positions and they're dumb.
But people vote them in. So when you're voting them in, you're giving consent.
Contract.
Exactly. You're giving consent for them to represent you to go into contracts with Big Daddy, the Fed, ultimately with, the IMF and the Pope and them.
It's true.
But we told y'all that.
Now, my question is, and I don't know if anybody else has researched this, but if the United States of America, or should I say this American soil, has all of these gas reserves, why are our gas prices so high? Why are we not using our own reserves? Has anybody researched this?
This is why. And shout out to my coworker. Sometimes they can go on that conspiracy side out of the blue. But they peeped game. They said because the oil companies got to make up their ends. Let's remember when they shut the world down, did we not pay attention to where the price of a barrel of oil, that shit dropped to zero, and they had to stop and take that motherfucker off the market because it went into negative territory. So the oil companies lost billions. So baby, they got to pay them back. So they finna get theirs. That's why gas prices are high. They gotta pay them oil companies back from the millions that they lost.
Yeah, they went down.
They're under contract.
They're under contract.
Because that's what the issue is. When you've got a one-line convention, when you don't control your resources.
Exactly.
The resources are not the people there. I think you supposed to say the Constitution is the original Constitution is a house that nobody lives in. The original land and the resource, meaning the nodule titles, or in this case, a fee simple absolute. The resource on the land that's there, where you control your own resources, the people under statutory KB cannot, remember the states are being maladministrated. You're lunatics, wards of the state. Therefore, your property is to be managed in your absence. Property is in resources, property is in land, property is in water, property is in minerals. Remember I did the World Land Convention and how they're using the national parks and all the resources. You don't have access to that. So who has access to that at the moment? The federal so-called government, because you're in contract with them.
That's right.
You've got all this resources that apparently you're supposed to have, but yet you don't have access to all the resources. Why? Well, that's why I keep talking about statutory KB, because if you're not running your own estates, somebody else is going to maladministrate it on your behalf. So therefore, you don't have access to your water, your land, your resources, gas, oil, whatever it is. You don't have access to none of it. But the so-called Fed Reserve and them, they get access to this stuff because you give all that stuff up when you get into contract with them. So again, the terms are being dictated to everybody else due to obligations internationally. And this is why everybody doesn't look at OPEC, the oil producing nations, because with OPEC, they set the price of oil.
They do.
It's artificially set.
That's right.
And they're doing that. They're doing that with OPEC and them, and just due to Putin and them in regards to the Ukraine stuff. Putin has said, if you don't give me rubles for our so-called oil, we're not going to be able to use that. So again, what's going to happen? What's happening with the sanctions of Russia? What's happening to the so-called oil? The prices are what? Going up. because they're deliberately causing inflation.
Exactly.
If they do it deliberately, this is all part of the plan for
Absolutely.
the so-called global currency reset, which Sister Rhonda's already been covering. We've been covering this stuff here already. It's all part of the plan, people. Nothing new under the so-called sun in this realm.
Exactly.
And they about to issue them Fed coins. And I believe you did a drop on that, Auntie Rhonda. There was a podcast you did midweek on the Fed coin. I suggest everybody go check that one out because they also brought it up last Thursday.
Child, I gotta go back and watch that.
Yes, they did. And the guy, you could tell he was intelligent. I don't remember what Congress person it was, but you could tell he was intelligent. And he was kind of talking fast, but he brought that shit up. And Jerome Powell definitely agreed that they would be looking into transferring into FedCoin for 2023.
So he said it yet again in this whatever they did last week. He done set up and said it again. Oh, okay. So I'm born here. Shout out to you. Oil was sold with the U.S. petrodollar, which is being replaced. Exactly. That's all a part of the reset. So the oil industry, they got to run them their ends from when they lost the money with the pandemic demi. So what's going to happen once they make their little ends back, they're going to be bringing online faster the electric car stuff, which is going to be part of the new reset. So when the electric cars come into play, Jerome Powell already telling y'all 2023, they're going to issue the Fed coin, which is going to be ushering out the dollar. So
the dollar is already being ushered out because I had a friend who used to work, you know, them companies that come and they pick up the cash, what they call Garda.
Yeah, like the Brink people.
Yes.
Yeah.
I met this brother in Atlanta. He used to watch what's his name? We love Bobby Hemmett. He was deep on Bobby Hemmett. And so I met him at the freaking ATM. They was unloading the ATM. And so we're sitting there chit-chatting and I'm like, what are you guys doing with that money? He said that they take it back to the Federal Reserve Bank in Atlanta, the headquarters one.
Yep, I know exactly where it's located.
And they burn it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know that?
I know. I've been knowing this for a minute, but I don't know if anybody else knows that. That's why I'm bringing it up.
I forgot how I found that out. Nisi Poo, I forgot how I found that shit out.
Interesting you brought that up. Now over here, you know what to do over here. So basically, say like you have we have the notes over here. So this is how they do it over here. They think they're slick, but they've been doing this recently. So basically, we used to have the note over here, like a £20 note, £10 notes, and stuff like that, and pound coins and stuff like that. So this is what they do. If they've got old money, the Royal Mint over here, it's called the Royal Mint, the Queen's Company, the Royal Mint. If it's over here, what they do is this. They don't burn nothing over here. This is what they do over here. They'll issue a new note. So what they've been doing is used to have the paper notes before, but now over here now they're issuing the plastic notes, £20 ones, the £50 ones, the £10 ones, and the £2 coins and £1 coins. Now what they do is they say to you, this is what we're going to do. If we've got coins in circulation and it's a massive amount, this is what we're going to do. On this particular day, all pound coins are going to be not classed as legal tender. I'm going to use that term. Legal tender. So what they do over here is they'll reclassify the coins. They'll issue new coinage, but with lead in it, because that's Saturn, because the coins have lead in it, it's not gold. They issue the new coins over here, but the new coins are in smaller supply. And then the old coins, they just render them as useless, so you can't use them. So if you don't trade them back in, at that point, they're useless. So that's
how they take it out of circulation, basically.
Correct, that's right.
So basically,
therefore, the money supply they could just cut down. So it's all right, sister, for 2 seconds. So the money supply, they could just change it and cut it down so that there's less coinage in. So that way, that the coinage is less, so they can control the amount of what money. So eventually, what they'll just cut it all out. Eventually, but go ahead. I was just going to say that now. But go ahead, sister.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. So they just do it differently. They just create a new coinage and take the other one out of circulation. But what I was thinking about, where I learned where they burnt their money, nobody told me that. I know y'all know this movie, Dead Presidents. Did they not tell you in that movie, Dead Presidents?
Exactly.
That's where I learned that from. I said, clutch the pearls. I said, baby, wait a minute. They finna burn this money. So that right there let me know when it ain't worth nothing. If they finna go and burn it.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
They are not dumb, though. They just following the script. They
Yeah.
play dumb. They play dumb to keep people
dumb.
Dumb down.
You fall for it. You believe what they're saying. You put your energy into it. And then you get upset about it. Even though they told you from the beginning what they were going to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, even in movies, like they make fun of it, this, that, or the other. The bad guy, he sit up there, tie the good guy up, this, that, or the other. They'll sit up and tell them the whole goddamn plan.
Sure do.
I mean, they showing it to you right there. That's what they do to us. They sit up there and tell us what they gonna do. They let the information allegedly leak out about what they got planned, Agenda 21, Operation 2030, all this shit. They let all of this shit out. So that we're prepared for it.
Yeah.
We sit up and we put our energy into it. We sit up and study this shit and everything they say about it. Oh, well, they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And this is going to do this and this is going to do that. And all we doing is sitting up programming ourselves to accept it. And then when the shit happened, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. But we didn't do anything to stop it.
You know, Brother Sean, they just showed a part where Justin Trudeau was telling Biden to open up the oil fields and not talk to the Saudis anymore. Now, I thought that was kind of weird that they had everybody listening in on that conversation, because we usually don't get any of their conversations. It's always, in private with them discussing it. But he started up there, preaching to Biden how to handle the gas.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
They desperate.
Yeah.
They desperate.
But
they know that the shit is over.
Exactly.
The only thing they can do is put on this grand Hollywood production and hope to buy them more time.
Exactly.
But as I said earlier, it's up to us to end this shit. Okay, I mean, we could keep this shit in syndication for a while, get our shits and giggles off of it, but at some point we got to get rid of this shit, or before you know it, we're in a whole nother cycle.
Right.
I digress.
No, very, very good points. Thanks for bringing that up. We had to talk about that for sure. Okay, so here come the bots. Thank you, bots, for letting us know we telling the truth. We appreciate you, body bot, coming on through with your fuckerization. So with that said, Brother Odell, we ready when you ready.
No problem, Sister Rhonda. Just letting you know, I've emailed you a set of links you can via email. This set of links
share with the fam.
Okay. Yeah. It's to do with what I'm talking about tonight. So the links are in the email, so they can have that. I know you've got your page, haven't you, yourself? So I always like give people so
yeah,
they can then go and do their own due diligence. But yeah, I'm ready now. So we'll just have this open running. I just wanted to do that stuff about what's going on because it Sean's right, man. He's spot on as usual. It's the time is the jig is up.
Yeah, it's up, and the planet's gonna have the final say.
Yeah.
So if y'all want to go off world or to another territory, I think personally the planet is cleaning up across all of those territories.
Yeah, I think it's the whole this realm.
Yeah, I think it's the whole thing. Yeah, so go on and go wherever, whomever gonna accept you. Because folks are tired.
Mm-hmm.
Enough of us are tired. I'll put it that way. The planet certainly is tired.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So, okay. So, let me, all right, Brother Odell, let me share this screen. And then we'll get started, fam. So, mods, if you're still here, if you see our sexual YouTube person, aka bot, in the house, just politely get rid of them. I'll try to watch it as best I can from the other computer, but get rid of them. But I notice every time we start throwing that fire, as usual, it wanted to bring that. Okay, Brother Odell, YouTube is about to kick over for y'all.
All right, whenever you're ready, Sister Rhonda, we'll cover this and I think we'll be done. But it's relevant to the talks we've been doing, so I just was adding on with the additional information because we'll get this done and expose what needs to be exposed, and the people need to then do the due diligence. But hey, all right, just let me know when you're ready, Rhonda, but I'm good to go.
Okay, so I'm trying to just refresh this other computer to see if YouTube sees it. Should be. Yep, we're good, Brother Odell.
Okay, so we're just covering something that Rhonda wanted us to go through after obviously we've been talking about a whole load of stuff on here. So we're going to cover in the two zodiacs a little bit today, not fully, but enough to cover what we need to do. The mental mudford and the reset timeline. It's all to do with what we've been covering. So we'll snap on with this as quick as possible. And we'll get a move on. So we should be ready now. I'm glad we're up and running. Okay. So I'm just gonna say this. So we've got cosmology because we'll just do a bit of basic. Creation of the universe. Etymology is the study of.
Okay, somebody need to mute. You got two things open, so please mute. Okay, go ahead, Brother.
So, just giving a basic. Cosmology, creation of the universe. Etymology is the study of origin of words and the way in which their meanings have changed throughout history. Astrophysiology is founded on the observation and knowledge of the celestial bodies. We know about numerology, and we know about esoteric meaning. Very unusual, understood or liked by only a small number of people, especially those with special knowledge, which we know those people are, but we're exposing those kind of people here. So I'm going to leave that because we won't need that for today because that was this. But this is the bit I want to get into what a calendar is and get into a little bit about this because it's all relevant to what we're doing later on. So a calendar is a system of divided time. Remember what Sharon talks about with linear perspective because there is no such thing, but we're going to go in and expose this. Over extended periods such as days, months, and years, and arranging such divisions in a definitive order. A calendar is convenient for regulating civil life, it's key, and religious observations, and for historical and scientific purposes. The word is derived from Latin meaning calendarinium, meaning interest register. Remember commercial and commerce, interest register.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I'm going to go the basics. We have to cover it here, as you know, Sister Rhonda. Listen, interest register or account book. Its derivation from calendar or calendar, the first day of the month in the Roman Republican calendar, the day on which future markets, feasts, and other occasions were proclaimed. The development of the calendar is vital for the study of chronology, since this is concerned with reckoning time by regular divisions or periods and using these to date events. It is essential too for any civil contract civilization that needs to measure periods for agricultural, this is key, agricultural, business, domestic, or other reasons. The first practical calendar to evolve from these requirements was the Egyptian, and it was that the Romans developed into the Julian calendar. I'm going to keep the lineage here, you'll see as I'm going through this talk. That served Western Europe for more than 1,500 years. The Gregorian calendar was a further improvement and has been almost universally adopted because it satisfactorily draws into one system the dating of religious festivals based on the phases of the moon and seasonal activities, equinoxes, determined by the movement of the sun. Now, keep in mind that's to do with the realm and the Saturn. We're covering that here. Such as a calendar system is complex since the periods of moon phases and the sun's motion is incompatible. By adopting regular cycles of days, comparatively simple rules for their application. The calendar a year with errors are less than half a minute. So I'm going to move to the next bit. So that was the basis of a calendar. So we're going to get into these cycles as I'm going through this, and I'm going to explain how I'm going to get into the month flow. It's all relevant to this. The data system established several thousand years before the Common Era was the first calendar to use this year was 365 days, approximately to equate a solar year. In addition to this civil calendar, the ancient Egyptians simultaneously maintained a second calendar based on the phases of the moon. The Egyptian civil calendar was altered by Julius Caesar about 46 BCE with the addition of a leap year. We're still using that to this day. A day occurring once every 4 years. The revised system forms the basis of the Western calendar still used in modern times. The Egyptian lunar calendar, the older of the two systems, consisted of 12 months, and we know that's not real because I've covered that in other talks,
right,
whose duration differed according to the length of the full lunar cycle, normally 29 to 30 days. Each lunar month began with the new moon reckoned from the first morning after the waning crescent had become invisible and was named after the major festival celebrated within it. Since the lunar calendar was 10 or 11 days shorter than the solar year, the 13th month, called Toph, the 13th month, see, so they knew about it, Toph.
They knew about it.
Yeah, was intercalated every several years to keep the lunar calendar in rough correspondence with the agricultural seasons and their feasts. The New Year Day was signaled by the annual heliacal rising of the star Sirius, when it could be observed on the eastern horizon just before dawn, midsummer. The timing of this observation would determine whether or not the intercalary month would be employed. Now I'm going to get into the Julian stuff, so I'm covering this for the specific reason.
And just real quick, before you get into the Julian stuff, just to let the family know that clock that we showed you, that ancient clock, I think it's in Prague, that showed you like the precession of the equinox. There's also an ancient clock. It's called the lunar clock. I actually have pulled a video on that. So next week I'll share it with you all, that lunar clock where the ancients used to track the cycles and all of that. So that's all I wanted to say.
That's fine, Sister Wanda. Just stop whenever you're ready. That's
okay.
Fine. So the Julian calendar, I'm covering the calendars deliberately because it's going to be relevant to the mud flood stuff. Because everything's controlled by time. That's why I'm covering the calendars.
Yep.
By 40 BC, the Roman civic calendar was 3 months ahead of the solar. Listen to this. By 40 BC, the Roman civic calendar was 3 months ahead of the solar calendar. Caesar, advised by the Alexandrian astronomers, introduced the Egyptian solar calendar, taking the length of the solar year to 365.25 days. The year was divided into 12 months, all of which had either 30 or 31 days, except February, which contained 28 days in common. The 365 days year and 29 in every fourth year, a leap year of 366 days. The leap years repeated February 23rd. There was no February the 29th in the Julian calendar. To align the civic and solar calendars, that's so there's two things going on there, civic and solar. Okay, so let you know what's going on. Caesar added, listen, this is what Delbert Blair used to talk about. Caesar added added days to the 46 BCE, so that it contained 445 days. You see the mess we're playing with time here, what Shine always goes on about. Because of the misunderstandings, the calendar was not established in smooth operation until 8 CE. So they're showing you the off by the marks already. So the senior genes had overestimated the length of the year by 11 minutes and 14 seconds. And by the mid-1500s, the cumulative effect of this error had shifted the dates of the seasons because he used fixed. I'm going to get on this level. Let me just keep going because I'm going to get to fixed and tropic. I keep shifting because my mind always goes fast. Has shifted the dates of the seasons by about 10 days from Caesar's time. Pope Gregory, this is key here now. Pope Gregory reformed the Gregorian calendar, this is one we're using at the moment, proclaimed in 1582, restored the calendar to the seasonal dates of 325 CE and adjustment of 10 days. The Julian calendar was gradually being abandoned since 1582 in favor of the Gregorian calendar. Great Britain changed to the Gregorian calendar in 1572.
Wow, in 1752?
Yep. Some Eastern Orthodox churches continue to use the Julian calendar for determining fixed, and this is key here, fixed liturgical days. Others have used the revised Julian calendar, which closely resembles the Gregorian calendar since 1923. So this is only recent.
That is recently.
Nearly all Eastern Orthodox churches use the Julian calendar to establish the dates of movable feasts such as Easter or Ishtar. Easter, we've covered that. So let's get into what happened now. So let's get into the Gregorian stuff. The Gregorian calendar, also called the New Star calendar solar dating system, now in general use, was proclaimed in 1582 by Pope Gregory as a reform of the Julian calendar. By Julian reckoning, the solar year comprised 360.5 days, and intercalation of a leap year for every 4 years was intended to maintain correspondence between the calendar and the seasons. A slight inaccuracy in the measurement, the solar year comprising more precisely 365 days, 5 hours and 48 minutes and 45 and 25 seconds, caused the calendar days of the seasons to regress almost 1 day per century. Although this regression had amounted to 14 days, Pope Gregory's time, he based the reform on restoration of the vernal equinox, then falling on March the 11th to March the 21st, which is why it's still March 21st, as we know now. And that's where Easter starts the East Gate. The date it occurred in 325 CE. And this is key here, which was the time of the first council of Nicaea, which I talked about with Pope Gregory. And this is what happened when they started to do the body politics with the church. This is all to do with the corporatizing, all to do with the statutory and all that stuff. We've covered all this anyway. And not the day of the equinox at the time of birth of Christ, which is what we know is December the 21st, when it fell on March the 25th. The change was effected by advancing the 10 days after October the 5th, 1582, the day following being reckoned October the 15th. Within a year, the change had been adopted by the Italian states, Portugal, Spain, and the Roman Catholic German states. Here we go. Gradually, other countries adopted the Gregorian calendar. The Protestant German states in 1699, Great Britain and its colonies in 1572, Sweden in 1753, Japan in 1873, China in 1912. It's all recent.
Yeah.
The Soviet Socialist Republics in 1918 and Greece in 1923. Islamic countries tend to use the Gregorian calendar for secular life, but retain calendars based on Islamic for the purposes. So I'm going to just stop there because I know you wanted to get in on that.
Oh my God. So when, oh boy, Pope Gregory changed up the calendar, talking about he was restoring the vernal equinox between March 11th to March 21st, and that occurred in the 325 CE, which was the time of the First Council of Nicaea.
Yeah.
Isn't that ushering in the age of Jesus, or am I not reading this properly?
That's correct. Pisces, that's right.
Yeah, the Pisces age. That's ushering in the Pisces age.
Yep.
So do y'all understand that? So old boy, Pope Gregory, changed the calendar date to line up with the First Council of Nicaea. That First Council of Nicaea created Jesus the Christ. They made the decision at that First Council of Nicaea, and I know that would make Big Mama and them fall the hell out, but Jesus the Christ was agreed upon at the First Council of Nicaea. Jesus the Christ represents the Pisces age.
Piscean construct, which is just dying its last esperses.
Right, which we're moving out of that age now.
That's what this global currency is. It's based on the Aquarian construct, but but we've been covering this stuff. I know, so getting on it. So that was a small break I just put there. It was naturally ended there. So I'll leave the Cabal cult for now because we know who they are, who's controlling all this under Opus Day, because I've covered that. We know they are in terms of the society. It's this that I'll probably add into. So in 1931, the historian Hubert Butterfield warned against the danger of what he called the Whig interpretation of history. He defined this as the tendency in many historians of history to write on the side of the Protestants and the Whigs, to praise revolutions provided that they have been successful, to emphasize certain principles of progress in the past, and to produce a story in which the ratification, if not the glorification of the present. This gets where it gets good. The idea of revolution that started modern science goes back to the Immanuel Kant's preface to the second edition of his Critique Pure Reason. This view of a revolution in science during the 16th and 17th centuries held sway in the historiography for about 200 years. This tradition narrative privileged the discoveries in physics and astronomy that reaffirmed the heliocentric cosmos of Nicholas Copernicus, or Nikolai Copernic, 1473 to 1543, and posited a major break with the past that culminated in the physics of Isaac Newton. It was a story of great individuals, heroic and villains, any person of institution that stood by my mind's going.
That's okay. Aristotelian
physics and this is key. Polemic astronomy. Any person or institution that rejected what was seen as the forward march of science was the villain in the story.
Wow.
The Catholic Church was particularly evil. Not only rejected the new science, but persecuted Galileo for supporting it. The Jesuits rejected the corpus. I can't remember my mind.
Yeah, that's okay. We Carpacanian
system and continued to foster
Aristotelian
philosophy, and they stood by the church in the Galileo trial. Therefore, the traditional narrative excluded them from any positive contributions to the new science. This is going to be relevant to where I'm getting at. This is going because of this Gregorian stuff. I'm getting in on it a bit more hard now. So we're going to go more into the Gregorian stuff now. So this is what we was covering earlier, but we're going to get into a more. This is key now, but we're going to see where the influences come from to do with this reset stuff. It's going to all become clear as well to go for it. So Christopher Clavicus, S.J., March the 25th, 1538 to February 6, 1622. Clavicus
and brother Nisi Poo says she can, and whenever you want a break, she can read for you. So you don't have to struggle through, because I know this gets tiring and your mind is racing and you can't get the words out the way you want. So just to know, let you know, she's offered to read when you need a break. So
okay, that's
and
fine.
you can stop me whenever. Yeah,
All right,
stop me
put some
whenever
feminine
you're
into it.
ready to stop me.
All
All right,
right.
so Clavius was German Jesuit priest, astronomer, and mathematician. The Jesuit order was founded in 1540 and quickly became involved in scientific research. Christopher Clavius joined the order in 1555 and in 1579 was commissioned by Pope Gregory VIII. Or is that the 18th? Or is that the 13th? That's the 13th.
13.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I always have to count.
Yeah, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. That's a 10 and then 2, 3. Okay. To oversee the reform of the calendar. The old Julian calendar had been established by an edict of Julius Caesar in 45 BC. Because the system of Julian years and leap years did not correspond exactly to the length of the astronomical year, dates of important Christian feasts had gotten out of alignment with the seasons. Clavius, in his commission, adopted the ideas for calendar reform of Aloysius Lilius, sounds like Lilith, with some modifications. And in 1582, Pope Gregory XIII promulgated the new calendar. Catholic countries quickly adopted the Gregorian calendar, but Protestant and Eastern Orthodox countries were very slow to do so. For example, Britain did not adopt it until 1752 and Greece until 1923.
Wow. I'm still tripping. Yeah, I'm still tripping on Greece.
That shows how they're being influenced. This gets into the mental movement. So keep going, sister.
The Gregorian calendar is now in nearly universal use. Though Clavius made no important discoveries, he wrote widely, used textbooks, and worked successfully for the adoption of rigorous mathematical curricula in Jesuit colleges. At a time when the importance of mathematics and natural science, then called natural philosophy, was widely underappreciated, especially by the Aristotelians. I didn't know they existed.
Neither did I.
Aristotelians. The tradition of Jesuit astronomy and mathematics, which began with Clavius and continues to this day.
All right, well done. Okay, I want to do this bit. This is the bit I want to do. Thank you, Nisa. I'm going to let you put some spin in energy after this. So what I want to do is, this is what me and Rhonda going to go hard in. So if you see here, you can see this. So this is the lunar cycle. Then you've got the solar cycle. Then you've got these outer cycles here. This is all to do with the realm. This is and you can see the cross here, the Catholic cross, the cross here. This is to do with the vernal equinoxes that I was talking about earlier. So you've got the different compartments in time. So you've got the realm clock, which is to do with the astrological clock, which we've been covering. Then you've got the solar clock and the lunar clock. That's your height, width, depth of 3D Earth. So it's your 3Ds of time. So you've got the lunar cycle. You can see, come back on screen. The lunar cycle. The solar cycle, and then the realm cycle. That's your height, width, depth of, and this is this black sun, the Saturn. This is the black one. So you've got the solar, sun, okay, and then you've got the equinoxes here. You've got the lunar cycle here, and then you've got the big one, the bigger clock here, with the main one here.
Okay,
so
I'm so glad you brought. I should have known you was going.
Go ahead,
no, I'm so glad you. This is a fire picture. I'ma definitely take this picture, so I don't even need to show that lunar stuff because you got the clock here that shows it all. So just to reiterate, I know y'all can't see my cursor. Oh yeah, y'all can see. Y'all can see it.
I'll just tell me where to move around.
Okay, so the outer part of this circle. That's the clock of the realm.
Yes, sister.
Okay. That's the clock of the realm. So meaning the entire realm, hidden lands and all. Okay. So the inner part where you see the animals, you see the fish in them, that's the Pisces. That's Jesus the Christ age. Each one of these different animals represents a different age. So when old boy reset it to line up with the Council of Nicaea,
Yes.
which was the creation of Jesus the Christ. He was essentially setting the frequency for the Pisces age,
That's here.
which we are literally coming out of. We're really already out of the Pisces age
We have to be fair,
and going into the water barrier or the Aquarian age. Okay, so when you get into the inner circle, okay, so now you see in here, you see the sun cycle, the cycle of the sun, and then you see the opposite of that, the polar opposite. Remember, positive and negative.
There you go.
You see the moon cycle. Okay? Now remember, this entire clock, from this outer clock on into the very inner, is run by the technology of what we call the black sun or the electromagnetic coil.
Yes.
Okay? So this entire concept of the astrological clock, these ages, the precession of the equinox, is created by the technology, the black sun, which is the electromagnetic coil, which creates the refracted light of the sun and of the moon. Okay? This is all a part of the technology and their colonization process. Okay? Now, I also want you all to pay attention to what they're showing you with this astrological clock, too. This circle within a circle within a circle, that's showing you the different territories.
Yes.
That is showing you the different territories in our realm. Okay? So earlier, if you didn't join, if you're just joining us earlier, when Sis Sandra was talking about Enoch and Enoch, relatives, that bloodline probably came from one of the outer lands. You can look at it this way: when they're showing you on the map that we keep showing you all, whether it be Vibes of Cosmo, Brother G shows you with the craters, but this clock is showing you the same thing. It's showing you territories within our realm. What they're only showing us is the circle with the sun and the moon around it. Okay? But you have other territories or hidden lands outside of that. Okay? With other folks living in other quote, quote, territories. All right? So I just wanted to break this clock down so you all understand it. So when you hear people talking about the precession of the equinox,
which is here.
Right, which is here.
Yeah. That's there.
Yep, which is here. Please note, this is still a part of the controllers, because it is being controlled by their electromagnetic coil, i.e. the black sun. That is why their people that they put in these positions as Pope and all of that, that's why they come and change these calendar dates. Because they're changing it to line it up, to make sure it stays lined up with their technology, i.e. their clock, i.e. the precession of the equinox.
Yes.
Because they are controlling the realm with energy. They are creating the concept of time.
Through the black Saturn.
Exactly.
Which is why your coin or your money has got lead in it, because Saturn is represented by lead. That's why your moon eye or your financial week starts on a what? Your financial week starts on a what? On a moon day.
Moon day.
On a moon day. On the negative, on a moon day. Okay, and that gets to Tuesday, meaning and that corresponds to the energies within the realm, meaning the different planetary energies. So like I think Moon Day is obviously the moon. You've got Tuesday, I think is Mercury.
Yeah.
Wednesday is Venus. Today, Thursday is Mars, which is the male energy. Then Friday is Jupiter. The phone sits on the phone, Peter. Then Saturday is Saturn. And
right.
Sun is Sunday.
Sunday, right.
I'm telling you, people don't realize they don't name these days by chance.
Exactly. It is a purpose. Absolutely, it is.
Go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
No, I'm done, brother. I just wanted to break down this clock. This is one of the best ones I've seen because it's got it. It's all there. Just people didn't understand it.
I don't know if you've got it. I'll send you the image, sister, if you want.
Oh yes, I would appreciate that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I want to say something. I picked it up because Aristotle and Socrates and all those people wrote the Egyptian school of thought papers. And when these cultures went down, those scientists were put on trial for stealing the work. And then that means that when the Greek culture was failing, then the Romans came in and took over. And then that's when they set up the clock. So I think it's like a cultural thing or civilization change.
It is that's what they tell us on the surface. Yeah. The real thing is resets and whose turn it is to lead. Exactly. Yeah. It's whose turn it is to lead. Yeah, so anytime they're changing the calendar, that's a big thing. So I'm not going to go into anything else. I'm sure brother finna tie it into these resets because this stuff is very, very important. This is the stuff they don't want y'all to know. This is the real stuff right here. So
that's why I'm covering it this way as well, Sister Rhonda. I'm covering it this way specifically. You'll see as I relate to the other stuff as we keep going.
Yeah, I know. I got your mindset. I'm with you 1,000%. This is really, really fire. I am glad you did it this way.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, and I will get Nisa to come and spin some energy on this when I've done this part, because again, I like the feminine energy. Okay, let's keep moving. So in its session of 1562-63, and again, these councils, you see, don't keep holding these councils. The Council of Trent passed a decree calling for the Pope to fix the problem by implementing a reformed calendar. So you see, so this is the influence of these Anunnaki and was influencing in the background. Again, they're all in bed with the Vatican, but I'll leave that for now. But it took another 2 decades to find a suitable fix and put it into place. After years of consultation, see, so this is what shows you what they're up to. After years of consultation and research, Pope Gregory the 13th signed a papal bull in February 1582, proclamating the reformed calendar that came to be known as the Gregorian calendar. The reforms were based on suggestions of Italian scientist Luigi Lelio, with some modifications by Jesuit. And this is key. That's why I was talking about the Jesuits, because the Jesuits all wear black because that's the black sun. They worship the black sun. The IHS, the Isis half of set, because they know the black sun and the realm. I'll share some images with you. I'll put some up, but they know what's going on because they all do with this realm stuff because they know what's really.
They know it.
The Jesuit mathematician and astronomer Christopher Clavius, which have been covering it previously.
So just real quick, do you think they're just telling us a fib right here that really the Jesuits told Luigi exactly what the formula needed to be? I don't see it. Them just giving, you know what I'm saying, giving a little bit input. I think because the Jesuits is a very high order. I think they told old boy, this is what it needs to be.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine, sister. Just stop whenever you're ready. That's absolutely fine with me. The most surreal part of implementing the new calendar came in October 1582, when the 10 days were dropped. You see, the 10 days were dropped from the calendar. So you see, so the playing with time every year, you know, so the 10 days were dropped from the calendar to bring the vernal equinox from March the 11th back to March the 21st. So they're playing with time here. So this is what I mean. The whole time, the construct of time is a joke. The church had chosen October to avoid skipping any major Christian festivals. So in countries that adopted the new calendar, the feast of St. Francis of Assisi on October the 4th, 1582, was directly followed by October the 15th. France made the transition separately in December. So you know, there's people playing with it as you go. Something as complex as implementing a new calendar couldn't go off without some complications, though. The Protestant and Orthodox countries didn't want to take the direction from the Pope. You see, it's all about controlling. So they refused to adopt the new calendar. The result was the Catholic Europe, Austria, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Poland, and the Catholic states of Germany suddenly jumped ahead of the rest of the continent by 10 days, and traveling across the border often meant traveling forward or backward on the calendar. Eventually, non-Catholic countries did begin to adopt the Gregorian calendar. The Protestant region of Germany and the Netherlands switched in the 17th century. Great Britain and the territories, and this country, and you know, it's territories and the colonies we talk about over here where you are now. Great Britain and the territories and the British Empire followed suit in 1752. Spreading the Gregorian calendar around the globe. Again, the Gregorian calendar, the time around the globe, because we know that's why I've got this up here, because we knew what we was doing. Okay, so let's keep going. So
do you
for the changes?
Do you think that they were really arguing about changing or adopting the Gregorian calendar? Do you really think it was a legitimate argument? Is what I'm trying to say. Between the different nations on switching.
Yeah, because the Protestants had the didn't deal with the Catholic stuff because of, you know, they've always been arguing with each other.
Between the Catholic and the Protestants and them.
Because the Protestants always wanted to, again, because they wanted to control their commerce.
They didn't want to be under the Catholic.
There you go, sir. It's all about, for them, it's about the control of the Piscean construct. Let's look at it in terms of the realm. Yeah, because whoever's controlling the calendar controls the narrative of the realm, don't they, as you know. So that's what it was about. That's why they're all fighting each other, as you know.
Okay, so just real quick, hold your thought for me, because I want to make sure the fam caught that, because that was fire. Because my question was, do you think they were really fighting for real on going over to the Gregorian calendar? And Brother Odel said yes, they really were fighting over it for real, because you know the Protestants and the Catholics were always battling each other. I'm like, yeah, that's true. The reason they were always battling each other, this is fire, y'all, because whoever controls the calendar controls the realm.
Exactly.
That's fire. Okay, I'm sorry. Nisi Poo, did you have something, or was that you, Sis Sandra?
That was me. They also changed it to recognize their own personal gods. So Jesus was one, and then the Greeks had theirs, and they named those, dates and months and whatever by their gods.
Yeah, so now think about, what does their gods represent? Okay, let me do the Jeopardy. This is up to anybody. What does their gods represent? And note, I gave that answer earlier.
Gods. I don't know how to use gods.
Their gods represents a frequency, right?
Yep.
So remember, if Jesus represents Pisces, it's just controlling that age.
Yep.
They want to control that age, which according to their clock is what is it? How much is the age?
2,163 years.
Yeah, 2,163 years.
And if you look at this, that's what the Piscean, that percentage of time here will be representing that almost you see here. That percentage of time will represent that 2,100, because obviously this is it's represented properly, because you can see it's going in reverse. It's going this way. It's not going that way around that way top time. It's going in polarity.
It's going in the opposite direction. Exactly.
She knows it's that polarity. So yeah, it's there. But go ahead, sister. I just want to put that back up. That's a good image to use. Go ahead.
So basically, when they were battling over changing the calendar dates, they were battling over, and thank you for that, Brother Odel, who was going to control the Pisces age.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with now. Mm-hmm.
Which that's the age we're just coming out of.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is fire, y'all. We ready, Brother Odel.
Okay. So we're going to get to that mud flood. This we'll get to because it's relevant. So you can see here now. You can see here, sister, I've got the realms here. So you can see here, you've got our realm and then the outer realm. So this is what a lot of people don't realize. You've got the our realm, and you've got the other realms, like Nos Confondance, Australia, and all the other realms and stuff. And like Shambhala and Agartha and all the other stuff. You've got our realm, and then you've got the other realms on the outside. So the Arctic mud flood or flash freeze, the mud flood was being discussed here, should not be confused with the more recent mud flood around the 1800s. The muck, or the dark soil containing the decomposed animal and vegetable matter, is a major geological mystery. It covers 1/7 of the Earth's land surface, all surrounding the Arctic Ocean. Muck, or simply mud, as we know it, occupies treeless. Remember when you talk about sister, the trees
being cut down.
The trees, so they decided to get the technology out. So repeat it, sister. Generally, flat terrain with no surrounding mountains from which the muck could have eroded. Russian geologists have some places drilled through 4,000 feet of muck without hitting solid rock.
So mud, right? Just to be clear, muck is mud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where did so much eroded material come from? Exactly. Through the ground is frozen for 1,900 feet down from the surface of Puerto Bay, Alaska, where the oil companies drilled around this area. They discovered an ancient tropical forest.
You better stop playing with me.
Really?
Ancient tropical forest. It was frozen state, not petrified state. It is between 1,000 and 1,700 feet down. There are pine trees, and tropical foliage in great profusion. In fact, they found them lapped all over each other, just as they had fallen in that position. Lindsay Williams, Energy Non-Crisis Edition, 1980. So that's your little reference point there to look at that book. So that means we've had been assaulted because it was an ancient societies have always been more advanced. So here we go, Arctic Island. This is another mud one. Extremely cold weather event in historical record in Ireland between 1740 and 1741, as well as my thoughts about how an artificial time loop was created between 1492 and 1942, with 1717 as the midpoint year between. The Irish population endured 21 months of bizarre weather without a known precedent that defied conventional explanation. The cause is not known. Shortly after, I learned about the cold weather event in Ireland. On the extreme cold weather in Ireland, Irish historian David Dixon talks about this little-known event in his book Arctic Island. That's a book which people should be going to look at, Arctic Island. I explored the idea that this event was related to the hijack of the original timeline, and that this was a point where the new timeline was pinned. So what I think's happened is, when they put in that Gregorian calendar, I think that was more pinned then, more recently. I think what I think has happened is we've had an ancient society, we've had some sort of mental mud flood attack where the society was flooded, which was flooded from another realm, or however they flooded it. We've been flooded over, and then and I'm going to show evidence of this shortly. And then what I think they've done is then they instituted these calendars. I think that's how it's been done. I think the Google has even more recently.
Man.
That's how I see it. I think what's happened is that the dates they've given us is wrong, but how they've instituted it was to control the realm. I think we was in ancient civilization, we've been flooded, and then after and I'm going to share the information shortly. I think we've been mental mud flooded, and then I think they dug everything out, and then they instituted the calendars the way they have done to show us now. And this is I'm going to show you, because if you can see, he cut to here. you can see that there's big damage underneath. You can see that there's been clearly some kind of a flood. So I'm going to keep sharing. It is being called a reset event, and that photographic evidence that exists of buildings, canals, rail lines, tunnels, among other things, were purposely dug out after the event to point out where it could be used. You can see here, look. You see the old Lemurian statues, the old Mars or the old Washita. You can see the heads. You see the heads. There's been clearly, you see there's been some kind of flood or something's been poured in over them. You can see, look, the land has been pouring over them. So I'm just sharing images of it. So you can see here, look. This is in France, by the way. This is in Paris. I'll read this. Underground assures in Paris, France, which hold remains of more than 6 million people in a small part of a tunnel network built to consolidate Paris ancient stone mines, extending south from the Barrière d'Entrée, the Great Hall of Hell, the former city gate. This ossuary was created as part of an effort to eliminate the city's overflowing cemeteries. Preparation work began not long after 1774. See, that's after 1774. A series of gruesome St. Innocents Cemetery quarter basement wall collapse added a sense of urgency to the cemetery eliminating measure, and from 1786, nightly processions of covered wagons transferred remains from the most Paris cemeteries to a mine shaft open near the Rue de la Mare tomb. And you can see here, I'm going to get Sister Nispa to come in because I'm losing my way a little bit. You can see here where there's been a road flood. You can see where the ancient buildings are. Sister, can you just read the rest of this next bit, please? Nispa's still with us.
Uh-oh.
You know, it was posted last week.
Go ahead, Auntie Sandra.
It was posted last week that every 333 years there's a disaster. And that's the floods and the disasters that hit the planet. Remember DJ NPZ? He posted that 333.3 years.
Yeah, and once Nisi Poo reads this last part, I want to jump back and break down a few things because you put a lot. Yeah, we gonna have to go back and just recap for the fam because this is a lot. But go ahead, Nisi Poo.
Yeah, this bit here, Nisi Poo, just because I'm not going my way a bit. Put some feminine energy on it.
Alrighty. Are we at the
Yeah.
So the offering remained largely forgotten until it became a novelty place for concerts and other private events in the early 19th century. That's funny, just to add on to that, that's what they did with that one over there called the Tabernacle on Lucky Street in Atlanta.
Sure did.
You know which one I'm talking about.
I sure do. I've been in there.
Yep. After further renovations and the construction of accesses around Place Denfert Rochereau, it was open to public visitation from 1874. Since January 1st, 2013, the catacombs number among the 14 City of Paris museums managed by Paris Musees. Along the ossuary comprises only a small section of the underground Carrières de Paris, or quarries of Paris. Parisans presently often refer to the entire tunnel network of the catacombs.
Okay.
So they've got most of these big cities like Vatican, Paris, London, those cities over there have got these because I think we've been meant to mud flooded and the ancient society was taken over and
I
they built
agree.
on top of it. You get me? So go ahead, sister. If you need me to touch anything, go
yeah.
ahead,
Can you go back? Go back. Oh, go up. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go up here.
No.
Here.
Yeah, go.
This is deep. So they're saying they was digging through the mud.
Yes, sister. The oil companies drilling through the mud.
Right, drilling through the mud, and then they got around through the frozen ground. They got 1,900 feet down in Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is fire to me. They discovered an ancient tropical forest. It was in frozen state, not a petrified state.
Yeah.
So that means it was tropical before, and an event happened that froze it in place.
Okay.
And it is between 1,100 and 1,700 feet down. There are palm trees, pine trees, and tropical foliages in great profusion. In fact, they found them lapped all over each other, just as they had fallen in position. So that clearly tells you that some type of event happened that froze that stuff right there in its place. So that means Alaska, what they're calling Alaska today, was not always covered by ice, which means those maps, those old maps that show those areas as tropical, including what they're calling the Arctic, is accurate.
Right.
Yes. Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Look at the source that they got that from. The Energy 9.
Child, you know, y'all, this is making my ear literally itch. And I got to get something to dig upon my eardrum. Yeah.
Some kind of disaster hit the planet.
Yeah, this is why I keep talking about the mental muffler. Then I covered obviously the stuff from here, Arctic Island. It's definitely been a mental muffler, and there's all this evidence with all these cities. You can see the catacombs. I've got more images to share with you when you're ready. But go ahead, sister.
Okay, that's deep to me. So, brother, if you could go to the next slide for us.
Yeah, no problem, sister. Just whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Rome had catacombs.
Yeah, it does. The Vatican does it. The Church of Jesus in Rome. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
Rome does also.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
So now they're talking about extreme, and I remember this. Them talking about this event in history, and shout out to the YouTube channel Adapt 2030 because he talks about another ice age happening. And that's how I found out about this ice age was through Adapt 2030. Because he went back and pulled the historical data, and he said that the planetary cycle, another ice age, is going to happen. And now here we go with this particular information. And by the way, he said that data that he had pulled on the cycles of the earth, the weather cycles of the earth, he said they have scrubbed the internet and you can't find it anymore. It's just so happened that he had pulled that data years ago and saved it onto his personal stuff.
You know, there was a movie out a long time ago, Day After Tomorrow. Remember that?
Yes. One? Yeah.
And they had that event happen on that movie.
Exactly. So
the flooding,
the flooding, the freezing over. Yeah. Freezing instantly. Exactly.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But didn't the first quote unquote ice age allegedly and supposedly happen when Nibiru crashed into Mama?
Yes. Oh, Brother Sean, I just read what you saying. Are you saying what I think you saying?
About time for another one?
No. Brother Sean, let me know if I didn't catch that in the ethers properly. You're saying that it happened, that crashing happened, or the colonization happened a lot sooner than what they told us. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I agree with.
Okay. I caught that out in the ethers. And you pretty much caught what Brother Odel is getting ready to tell us.
More recently, I think it's like I said,
baby.
Recently. I don't think it's not that long ago.
Yeah, they saying your mic is low, Brother Sean. Y'all have literally made my ear canal itch. I had to get my tool and scratch. So this particular slide is saying that an extreme cold weather event in the historical records in Ireland between 1740 and 1741, as well as my thoughts about how an artificial time loop was created, between 1492. What they say happened in 1492.
Columbus sailed the ocean.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah. All of that dramatization through 1942, with 1717 as the midpoint year between the two. The Irish population, what happened over in Ireland?
Flight of the potatoes.
And all that
exactly. Wasn't it a lot of famine and all of that? And they were dispersing the population around the world. Yeah. Okay.
Like with the foundlings and all that stuff was all going on. Yeah. Well,
exactly.
Just a little bit after that. Actually,
this stuff is deep. So the Irish population endured 21 months of bizarre weather without known precedents that defied conventional explanation. The cause is not known. Shortly after, I learned it's deeper than climate change.
I know, but they calling it climate change now.
Yeah. Shortly after, I learned about the cold weather event in Ireland. Talks about so Arctic Ireland. I'm gonna go pick up that book. Now I got to go pick that up. Book. Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up.
Reference points. Yeah,
I truly appreciate that. I'm gonna have to pick it up.
No, me, sister. I always.
Yeah, you always give your sources.
Yeah, and like even this one with Lindsay Williams, non-energy crisis edition, so that might be worth a look. Sister, what I'll do is I've got a list for you. What I'll do is I'm going to email in a second. I'll email a list of some potential books that might have some additional information. I'll email it a second. I'll let you speak and I'll just quickly go and do that. Give me a second, I'll do it.
Sure, no worries. When you get to it, you get to it. So the next slide that was talking about Ireland and them with that cold weather and freezing over. So basically, I explored the idea that this event was related to the hijack of the original timeline, and that this was the point where a new timeline was pinned.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's that 333.3 DJ Beezy was talking about last.
I don't know what that's. I don't know that. I don't know how that person would have to give me a little bit more information.
Well,
this makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does a lot.
This makes absolute sense. So my question is.
That's why I did a Gregorian calendar because
I'm so glad I'm sending you hugs. You presented this the right way.
Yeah, because I think what they've done is I think we've had a Benta mud flood, and I think what happened was then this stuff came afterwards. I think we had the Benta mud flood, and then instead of these dates, I think this has happened much later. So I think that I don't include the dates in this, but I include what they did. So I think this is why it's relevant when it says, because it says here, Greece didn't adopt this until 1923. So
it don't make sense. That's a long time. I had to re-scratch behind that. So basically what you're saying, instead of that 1530, whatever they claim, that was.
I think it's more recent.
It was more recent. Yeah, and that would line up to what the mud flood community is saying. Shout out to the mud flood community.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm going to try and get my Lidka on with us at some point because I actually do know him. I will try and get him on with us at some point. But I agree with you. I think that the dates are wrong here. I think what they've done, I think you got the mental mud flood attack and the Radiation Society, and I think that this came afterwards. And I think that it's been more, like I said, I think it's been more recently that they've adopted all these calendars. Because it even said that Greece didn't take it till 1923. And I think the Russians, earlier on, the Russians didn't do it until the 1500s, until the I think it's mentioned there that Russia didn't adopt it until even later. So I think it's all been more recent. I think this has been more recent. I keep saying that with you.
So
I think it's
that would
definitely been more
line up
recent.
to what we're calling the 1700s then, right?
That's correct. Yeah. I think, and that's why I brought this
That's
in
a
here.
reset.
I think this happened and then the other stuff happened afterwards. So it reversed it. So look at this and then go this way around and reverse it. I think it's more like that. And then you've got, and you can see here, they dug the infrastructure. This is why I want to get to the other structures, because although I've got this, I've got proof of more structures, and I think I'm going to talk about this stuff and about the experiments. But when you're ready, just let me know.
Only thing else I wanted to add, I am, and I'm pretty sure you're going to get into this also, but I'm leaning towards Brother Sean that the total planet invasion could have been right around that time also.
We've been recently assaulted. Yeah, I think we've been recently assaulted. Particularly in terms of what we're dealing with right now, definitely we've been recent. There's been a definite mental assault on us recently, as in the 1740. I think there's a recent assault we've had on us. It's not that long ago.
It's not that long ago, because I can't get over them in Alaska. It's tropical up under there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because if you think about it, they still performing.
Speak up a little bit, because I know they can't hear you.
I say, if you think about it, they're still performing experiments on us. They still digging up shit.
Yeah.
They're still having to correct their science. They don't really know shit.
No, they don't.
That's why they set up these forums for us, where we sit up and we tell them the shit that they don't know.
That's true.
We're filling in the blanks for them.
That's true.
Thinking that we're helping each other when we used to be able to communicate telepathically, or like you just said, you picked up out the ethers what I was thinking.
Yep.
That's the type of frequency that we were on.
Yep.
We're sitting up, laying out the blueprint for them. They don't know shit till we tell them.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything that they do is based upon what we do. So if they were that much more advanced than us, why are they still sitting around waiting for us to do shit for them to have something to do?
Yep.
This shit is recent.
I agree.
They don't have technology to do it.
Definitely, Sham. We've definitely had a mental foot attack recently. Definitely.
Yeah, it's recent.
100 years. I think it's recent, Sham. We've had a recent.
Yeah,
I agree.
Attack that's messed us up more recently.
And
there's aspects of this I'm going to cover at some point. Go ahead, Brother Shambo. There is another talk that I've got, but we're not doing it today, where we're going to talk about the world affairs, and it covers some aspects of it. I think I might cover it in this one, but there's some aspects of the world affairs where they've taken some of the ancient tech, which they're going to try and bring us back with now. They've been taking the ancient tech from the other societies where they knew that they've stolen that tech and they've been hiding it in the catacombs in the Vatican and other places like that. They even near these catacombs where they've been hiding the ancient technology that used to be used by the other societies. But go ahead, Brother Sean. I agree with you. It's been more recently.
Because the thing about that ancient technology, we done away with that shit for a reason. That so-called ancient technology was toys for us. It was shit that we created. If we're able to be multi-dimensional, shape-shift, do all this type of shit, fly, do everything. We didn't need no fucking technology to do that shit.
Nope.
The thing is, we're supposed to be going beyond that.
Exactly.
With our old technology that we've forgotten, that's been buried, this, that, or the other. They're trying to present it to us as if it's something new.
Right.
By getting us to agree to that.
Come on with it now.
Within the parameters of the program that they set.
Yes.
Now I can see if we're setting up the parameters and the programs and everything because it's an experience we want to have. That's what being a creator is.
Exactly.
Creating your own experience. let's say it's 8 billion people on the planet. It should be 8 billion perspectives. It should be 8 billion different universes to venture off into. We're creators. We don't all have to be on the same shit. And it doesn't have to be low vibrational to be different.
Agreed.
It's just a matter of the reality that we create. And they're trying to create their reality by writing themselves
in it.
Right. They created a script that includes them in it.
Yep.
Right.
Because the original program didn't include them.
Agreed.
Like has been proven. They overlaid something on something that already
existed.
So, my question is
damn, I love y'all, but keep going, sis.
Is that why they put the dome over all these places? Because it may be a cosmic storm that causes this stuff to happen?
That's just colonization. Because
I mean the floods and stuff and the freezing.
No, that dome is a containment.
Yeah, it is a containment and keeps things out too.
What is there to keep out?
The freezing, the flooding,
what you need to understand, the freezing and the flooding is happening within the dome. The dome creates an entire ecosystem.
But what they said in the script about the flood, the waters came up from the bottom and came down from the top. So everything cracked open. And they used to tell us that the dome was destroyed. That's what they used to say in church all the time. They call it the firmament.
Mm-hmm.
That it was destroyed at the flood. But we haven't.
They have the flood they use it, that coil heats up the realm and the water is turned into whatever they want to turn it into, and then whether they squeeze the water and it becomes a mental
exactly,
or whether they make rain or whatever it is they're doing with it, it's used to cause mass trouble in this.
Exactly. Realm. So the coming from above is the condensation. Right? It's the condensation from the dome. So no different than when you have something with moisture in it, let's say a glass, and you turn that glass upside down and you sit it in the sun, that moisture is going to be dripping from the top, right?
Right.
Yeah. So the dome is not natural. It's part of.
No, it's not natural.
Yeah.
I'm just
but
saying
it's not. It's not what I'm saying, sis. It's not keeping anything out. What I'm telling you is, it's doing the opposite.
Well, they're the ones who put it there,
right? So, I understand that, but
so that's who's causing the problem. Is their dome.
Right, right. We're saying the same thing, but I just want to make clear that it's not blocking us or saving us from anything, because just that slide that showed that this was, we had a tropical environment.
I know.
We didn't have to have, and I'm telling you, y'all, I was out earlier today watering my garden. The bees was kicking it. The butterflies was kicking it. It was beautiful, perfect weather. It wasn't humidity. And I said, you know what? This is the type of climate we used to have. We had a nice, we didn't have this cold crap. We didn't have it. And that particular slide where the researchers said when they dug in that Arctic or in Alaska and it was tropical, that proves the point. So that dome, it creates the ecosystem that we have.
They won't.
And the black sun, that electromagnetic coil, releases the magnetism to create the atmosphere. And in addition to that, they have to spray the atmosphere to keep the conditions the way they are now. Yes, sir.
Considering that salt water isn't really conducive to much, and considering there wasn't as much water as there is now.
Exactly.
I think with their domes in place and that so-called crack in the top was actually them flooding us.
Exactly.
With that salt water. And something
finish your thought, Uncle Sean. I wanted to say something on that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Salt water is also known to petrify shit if it's in large concentration.
Sure do.
We have fresh water.
Exactly.
Because
dinosaurs had petrification.
Because you hear of most of the indigenous tribes being near rivers, lakes, and stuff like that. Not much. I don't really hear anything about saltwater oceans.
That's a damn good point. Why my explosion don't want to work? Go ahead. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
I'm sitting here thinking about what Uncle Sean was just saying, and then what Brother Nuwa was talking about, the hydrogen.
Yes.
And I'm correlating that with, I moved out here to the West Coast where there's literally zero humidity. So what causes the humidity is the H2O, the water in the air. Without the water in the air, you don't have that hydrogen. You just have oxygen.
Yep.
And my auntie told me, she said, I saw your video and are you okay? And I said, what do you mean? She said, you starting to look old, like you aging. And I was thinking the same thing. And I'm like, well, maybe it's because I'm almost 40. But she's like, no, it's that desert. You don't have any humidity. And so that's why you're aging. And so I was talking to another lady out here and she was saying the same thing. She said, you need to run your humidifier in your house all the time because the dryness in the air will age you faster. Wow. So the hydrogen is missing in this air out here. So I'm thinking, as I was reading this other, I told you about the cesium-133, which is used for the atomic clock. There's another element called, let me pull it up real quick, deuterium, or 2H. It's called heavy hydrogen.
Yeah, you talked about that before. Yeah.
Heavy water, yeah. That's Hitler stuff. Hitler has discovered heavy water.
And I think that has a lot to do with some of the chemical changes that they did in this realm to cause the things that are happening. Because didn't they say that we were ageless?
Yeah.
And so if you start splitting these natural bonds.
Exactly.
It's causing havoc, and then you put a dome on us.
Right. Right. To create that, to keep that atmosphere going. And a book that I'm reading from our Spanish folks, Nas Cafunden, they said in the book, it's another book about a man that went beyond the poles to, they call that area the Republic something. I can't think right now what it is, but nonetheless, they told old boy that they keep our realm. The reason that we're aging, that's what I'm trying to say. The reason that we're aging is because they're spraying the skies. I went back and I reread that. I'm like, oh my God.
It's called borax, borine, or whatever. That's what they were saying in that movie years ago to kill them off. It's to spray the
Yes,
sky.
indigenous. We live in a greenhouse.
Yep.
Why do you think they be talking about greenhouse gases? They're putting it right in our face. But yeah, that's why we're aging, because we're in a greenhouse, and these particular gases that they've manipulated, that's not what we're naturally indigenous to. So that's why we're aging. Yes, sir. The Iron Republic. Thank you, boo. Thank you, Theo. Sending you hugs. Yes, baby. Thank you. The Iron Republic. Sending you hugs, sweet pea. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Our agelessness probably also correlated when we were subjected to their time. When we
I agree.
Agree to time.
I agree. I 1000% agree.
That's how they place limitations on us, because in their system of contracts have a period of time.
Come on, tell it now.
They're created, so they have a begin date and an end date. And all they do is keep getting you to sign up for different contracts. Well, actually the same contract, they just word it differently.
Agreed, definitely.
Depending upon what era you're in and what language is being spoken. That's the way it was presented to you.
Yeah.
Using characters that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the same characters through every timeline. That's how they know they can link you back in. Because even when you do spirit work, you do that shadow work, if you half-ass them, you only get bits and pieces. And you're not paying attention to what the trap actually is. And you're looking at the system as a way out, instead of realizing that that's your way right back in.
Right.
We have to let go of these systems, period.
Period.
And that's what all this keeps showing you. No matter what so-called nationalities are attached to it, and whatever time period, it's the same fucking script.
Yep. Agreed.
I mean, even like, if you even look off into quote unquote Native American spirituality, some of it's similar to the Bible, some of it's similar to the Anunnaki story.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. I mean, we've spent so much time concentrating on shit that happened outside of here and outside of us. We don't realize that the same shit was done to our ancestors.
Yep.
Here.
1492.
We can't keep pointing at every place else like those indigenous people are the only ones that fail.
Right.
True enough, everybody else may be dependent on us right now to correct this shit, because we were the shit.
Right.
No, we are the shit.
Mm.
That's why everybody and everything is focused on here.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what they do someplace else. Everything that they're doing someplace else is because of what's going on here.
Yep. Meaning in the Americas, in case anybody is confused.
Oh, they know it, because that's why they've opened up the borders and all that shit, just told everybody to come here.
Right.
Because they've lost control.
Yep.
So they want to point somebody else out to us to fight with them so that we don't get rid of the root cause. Distract us, get us to focus on insignificant battles.
Right.
When we can win, when we can just claim our victory and root out the problem.
Right.
Because the victory is already ours. It's already, a matter when we're going to claim
and
it.
when you're going to claim it.
Like we keep saying about the land, like people keep saying you want to claim your land, this, that, or the other. Why not claim it all? Why
exactly.
Not claim your soul? Why not claim complete and total victory?
Agreed.
Because it's yours.
It's yours.
Everything is yours. Everything that's being used against you is yours.
Yep.
They didn't have shit. They couldn't bring shit here. Everything that they're using is yours. Your energy, your natural resources, your mama, everything that they're using is yours.
Indeed.
I digress.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Sean. Thank you. I had promised a sis from not last week, but week before last, because we had ran out of time, that she could come up. So I'm gonna bring you on, sis. So you could put something on it, and then we're gonna let Brother Odel get back into the meat of this. So peace and love, beloved. You're unmuted. You should be unmuted.
How are y'all?
Good. How are you, sweet
I'm
pea?
unmuted. I appreciate y'all so much. I mean, my goodness. I have to say I appreciate you because I've never met a female that was so in tune with the metaphysical aspect of our existence here. And I came on your show a few weeks ago, whatever. And but I just want to say, just jump on here, how much I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
How much I love everything that you're doing. I mean, it's growing me because I felt like I was the only one here that thought and was researching and going back into my genealogy and just trying to understand. So I really appreciate you guys so much. I love y'all. I mean, from the bottom of my soul, I really love y'all because it's making me like tap into like my own Akashic records and start to look what happened to us here. You know, I'm just so grateful. I'm just so thankful and grateful. That's the only thing I want to say.
Oh, you're so sweet. With so much love and respect to you. And I know we ran out of time, girl. We was like 5-something hours in. I'm like, I promise you, next time you can come on. So it's so great to hear your voice. Oh,
that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say that I was grateful because I've been like, my family is not understanding of like a lot of stuff that I know that I don't know why I know.
Yeah.
And so I just grateful that I met some people that's on the same frequency and energetic field that I'm on. I mean, you can't even understand how much that means to me. And I'm so grateful. So that's the only thing I want to say, Mama.
Oh, thank you, beloved. We love you too. Okay.
I'm going to get off here.
Okay. Thanks so much, sis.
I'm going to get out here and let Brother Odel get back
Yeah, girl, because child, he got me scratching it up in the scarf. I had to find my ear scratching device. Bye-bye. So thank you, sis. It's wonderful to hear your
ma'am.
voice. We
I
appreciate
love
you.
y'all.
Okay, love you too, sis.
Y'all keep going. I appreciate it.
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
I'm gonna jump off.
Okay, peace
y'all
and love.
Keep going.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Brother Odell, we ready to get back into this meat and these receipts. Let me get my scratching device together because I know it's finna jump off again. So we ready when you ready.
Yeah, there's no rush. Thanks to the sister for coming up as well, man. It's always good to. I'm glad the women are getting it because for me, I'm just like I'm into the feminine side of stuff because I like the women.
It means a lot to me for the sisters to get it. It really does.
Because I've come across brothers. Obviously, I knew Delbert and stuff like that. I've come across some brothers, but when I know the sisters are getting it, I know it's time. Once I know this divine feminine coming, the sisters getting, I know it's real time then because. Without the women, there's no nation. Without no woman, it's as simple as that. So you need your women, period, because they're your primary teachers. If the women are right, everything else is right. Your nation's right. If your women are right, if your women are wrong and everyone else is right, your nation ain't going nowhere. So your women have to be right. So if I know the sisters are getting it, then we're moving places.
Indeed, and we're proud of you too, sis, because this is a lot of information. So everybody that's been rocking with us. All my nerds out there, all my BCU fam, I'm really, really proud of you all. This is not easy information. So I'm really, really proud of you all. Sisters, I am proud of you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep letting your light shine. Okay? Please. I'm extremely proud of you all. Okay? Please. And the brothers that support the divine feminine, you not on no bull crap. I already know who you all are. Trust me, I know. And those of you, you know that I know. We love you and we support you too. We see you. We see you. And those that's on the fence, you don't quite get it yet. And you like, I'm tired of sis. Or ain't he spanking my ass every now and then? But you know it gotta be spanked because you know something ain't right, but you still holding on. I see you too. But you'll make that decision on what you want to do. So keep doing what you're doing. The ultimate goal is for you to love yourself, own your soul, clean it up and create. Like Brother Sean said, create. Shut the whole thing down. You don't need anyone but yourself. And once you're on that path to clean up and you link with others that are cleaning up, it ain't no stopping. We've just showed you, Brother Sean had a thought. I said, I already know what you gonna say. That's how powerful you are. Brother Odell ain't even got through the lecture yet. I'm sure that's gonna be in the lecture. I talked about bringing the moon clock. He had already put the little moon clock in there. That's how powerful we are. Okay, so we are proud of you. You can do it. Keep going. Stay focused. Okay, Brother Odell, we really ready now.
No, that's fine. Whenever you're ready, sister, that's how we roll here. We roll the punches here. So we've got into the catacombs. We talked about obviously the different civilizations, and it's very clear that like I said, I agree with Sean. There's definitely been some sort of an attack on the people here. But it's more recently that for me, I think that's my biggest conclusion I've drawn from it. This has happened more recently. It's not something that's old. I think it's more recently. I think these ancient statues have probably been here, part of the old societies. You can see here that all the infrastructure has been dug. Has been dug out. It's definitely been dug out. So I'm going to talk about the experiments that something they did. So. And I think this is to do with something that I'll let it go through. I'm going to go through it and then talk to you a bit more. So almost halfway through World War II, so this is about World War II, on July the 22nd. See, these goes you to 1942. So so you're even on the math. It's not a bad chance that they did it on the 2nd, July the 22nd, 1942, and you've got the 4 and a 2, and then you've got your 2 2s. So 1942, the strange Philadelphia experiment took place at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. You can see here, this is where they tried to. This is what they tried to do. Is try to go back in time. So on July the 22nd, 1942, at 9 a.m., the large generators of the USS Eldridge were switched on. This is to do with the Tesla cars and them. This not by chance they did this on purpose. This was done in plain view of the merchant ships that were in Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. The green haze of the fog formed around the ship as the fields built up. Then it was claimed that the green fog disappeared, taking the ship with it.
Uh-oh, you there? Uh-oh.
I remember the Philadelphia they talked about. I don't remember, I wasn't there. But I mean, I remember the experiment I read about. They had people stuck in the ship.
Yeah, I think they did a movie on it. I'm trying to see if Brother Odel, are you there? Doggone it. I think they didn't mess with the man's audio. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute, fam. He coming back in. He had to drop off. He'll come back in. So basically, he's going over yeah, we saw it. The Philadelphia experiment is what he's going over. So let me make sure you should be able to still share.
I want to bring up one thing before
Sure.
you go on. 1776. 1776, and the reset was in the late 1700s or mid 1700s. They claim that's when they took us down here and colonized us. 1776.
Well, it was before that. 1776 just happened when they put their contract in. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
That was just. Everybody sounded like a Dalek.
Oh no! Can you hear us? Oh man! Damn it!
Oh, they didn't like that one, did they, Rhonda?
No! Just all of a sudden you were like, "What?" And then you cut out. Can you hear us? Damn it! I don't appreciate this. Leave this man alone, folks. And let this information get out now. Come on now, it is what it is. Y'all already
hide it forever.
Well, not only that, y'all, we gave y'all when the true reset happened. Like Brother Sean said, y'all ain't know none of that. Y'all got that from us.
Yeah, your background. It sounded crazy. It was just getting into the
wow. Can you hear us? Damn it.
Kanye said the burning of the Amazon forest. They just did that.
Heard, you there, brother? Cece said, heard they added 1,000 years, so 1,700 is really 700, and 2022 is really 1,022.
You know, that's when that Iranian person, Khamenei, a leader of Iran, said when they were mad at Obama or something, or Trump or somebody, they said they went and said that this is actually 1022.
What?
Yeah, he announced it. He announced it because I said I remember that day. I remember, and I was talking to my son. He said they said it in Iran.
You know what? I'm with Brother Sean. They full of bull mess. This invasion happened a few hundred years ago. That crap wasn't no thousands or something years ago. They's a lie. They's a damn lie.
They haven't been here that long.
No, they haven't been here that long. I agree.
Ooh.
All right.
Let's roll for it, Rhonda.
Oh my God. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, you're coming through fine.
Okay.
It's interesting enough. We're having a nice conversation. Everything's fine. And as soon as we get into something quite interesting, all of a sudden...
After they got the information that they wanted, mind you, like Brother Sean said. After they got the information that they wanted. Yeah, we peeping game. Are you able to share your screen to get back to the presentation? Okay.
As long as it lets us.
Yeah, child, everything dropped. But you know how they do.
Mm-hmm.
So he about to bring it back up.
Yeah, but they still down there going through the rainforest.
Yeah. Look at us, yeah.
They said the farmers were doing it, but I found out it was
they are so liars.
It was drones burning it down.
Yeah,
it was like
they're liars.
2,000 plus fires.
Yeah, they lying.
So they changed the atmosphere when they did that. Our atmosphere really changed to more dry.
Yeah, lying behind. So, all right. So, Brother Odell, you were with that. Then it was claimed
Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah.
Go, sister.
Then it was claimed. If you want me to read it, I can read it.
Let's see what the feminine energy is spinning. No, let's
see how they want to come out of a bag. All right. So we're on the first experiment, and so I'm going to drop down to a green haze or fog formed around the ship as the fields build up. Then it was claimed that the green fog disappeared, taking the ship with it. Complete success. Not only was it invisible to the radar, but it was also invisible to the eye. Returned to natural state after 15 minutes. First experiment continued. Although the Navy succeeded in masking the ship from the radar, they also made it invisible. The equipment on the ship had been altered, and this caused the ship's crew to become very sick and disoriented. So he's explaining about what happened in, they said, halfway through World War II, the strange Philadelphia experiment. Okay, so I stopped there, Brother Odell, if you wanted to put some more on that.
Right.
Okay, I thought they had dropped you. Yeah, yep, we can hear you. I thought we couldn't. Okay.
I just wonder what frequency that they were dealing with.
Oh, just do the experiment?
Yeah, because to disappear from radar, that's picking up on the signal frequency.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like walking through the walls.
Oh, man. Sis Sandra, we picked that up.
I just found it interesting. We've had no issue at all, and all of a sudden we get all these problems.
Exactly. Now all of a sudden we got problems. Yeah, Sis Sandra, we just picked up with each other because I thought back to that documentation we read through on consciousness about the walking through walls and stuff, and we know that it was by frequency.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You had to be in a certain position at a certain time, walk at a certain speed.
Right. All right, Brother Odell, are you there? Dang, they keep messing with him. Dang it.
You can't even put anything up.
He's got the screen up, but now his audio keeps jacking up.
Yeah, something I was thinking.
It caused the ship's crew to...
Yeah, can you hear me, Sister Rhonda?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, no, can you hear me, Sister Rhonda?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? He can't hear us. Damn it.
You're not on mute.
Because you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Hear me, Brother Odell. There, y'all. We might have to end it. They done sat up here and clown.
We got a lot out though.
We've been fine all evening. If you notice that. We've been fine all evening, not a problem. All evening we've been fine. As soon as I get to it's because I'm linking in the mental Mudford stuff with obviously the
because you didn't crack the code.
Yeah, because this is what I think. That's why I was linking it in with the 1942 and 1942. Like I said, Delbert Blaze, you talk about them adding like so many years to the calendar. He said they might have added like 300 or 400 years to the calendar. He used to talk about this. And so with this, it was deliberate time and space. See what Sean was getting into with the infrastructure, you know what I mean? So, sister, I'll let you keep going with the feminine energy for now.
Okay.
And we'll just see how we can roll with it and just see what happens.
Okay. All right. All right. So I think it was deliberate manipulation of time, space, and how the new artificial timeline / loop I am talking about was somehow inserted. Our new history was grafted onto the existing infrastructure on the planet and falsely attributed in the new historical narrative.
They changed the history, his story.
Let me do an explosion. Oh, damn it. Sorry, Al. Let me do the explosion, and then just real quick, I'm going to tie this in with something else that we've gone over.
Okay, sister.
Shout out to our brother Lee Cummings, because he said in his book, shout out to brother Lee Cummings, he said in his book, The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies, he said in World War II was used as a reset to change the empires from melanated to Caucasian. He said World War II was the last shifting of the guards.
Correct.
From around the world. From World War II, from melanated to Caucasian. So this is fascinating to me that you're saying that they used that Philadelphia experiment to switch a timeline.
Yeah. And I think with the Tesla stuff, this is at Pensacola. Delbert Blaze talk about this as well at Pensacola because they've got the Tesla coils. Those coils that they're using work with the Saturnalian stuff. Come on now.
They don't hear you though. Let's run that. I'm gonna run that because I know my nerds out there. Shout out to my nerds. I know y'all picked it up like that, but I'm gonna run it slower. What he is saying, that Tesla, Nikola Tesla technology with those towers, that was attributing to the timeline reset. That was attributing to the artificial timeline loops. Now, I want y'all to pay attention. We told y'all, because Brother Sean and I did this a couple years ago. We both went sporadically and around the world and in the U.S. to major cities. We looked up online and we looked for those Tesla coils on buildings.
Yeah.
And we found them in every city that we looked up. We knew right then that that's how they were controlling the frequency in the realm.
Yes.
That is how they're keeping control of it. So in conjunction with that black sun, those Tesla coils that are in those high-rise buildings, go look it up. I'm not making it up.
Right.
Go look it up. Look at the top of those high-rise buildings. You're going to see that Tesla coil. That is what's emitting the frequency to keep the artificial fake timeline in place.
Yes, and that's what the churches do. All the churches sat on the ancient ley line. But what they're using, the tech that they're using, is related to that black sun, the realm sun. It's using it. I call it the 55. I've referred to it as the hijack, the 55 harmonic, to keep the things in play. But I agree with you, sister. That's why I'm attributing this to So there's coils, all the same kind of coils, the same.
It's the same type of coils. Exactly.
Yeah. That's what I'm linking
So,
it to.
those high rises are just the transmitters of that black sun frequency.
Yes, sister. All of the buildings are.
Yeah, all of the buildings are. Absolutely.
Built to the same. All the buildings are built to the same standard.
You know, the Russian scientists said the timelines were crazy. Remember I told you those Russian scientists that were saying that the events happen in the same time that they said happened someplace else, but it's going on at the same time. They had already figured this out. I think it was 3 Russian scientists that did it.
Yeah, they do, because they know about this stuff as well.
Absolutely.
Sandra, because they're aware that this is why they've got that. This is why they had the Cold War with Russia, because they have to keep us in a state of emergency, which allows them to run this war timeline that they're using on us. It's all warfare. This is why the Cold War was with Russia. This is what the Cold War was with Russia. If you look what happened after the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1942, after the Second World War ended, and they set up this Espèce of the Piscean construct, keep in mind that they had the Cold War with Russia, you had the war in Vietnam, you had the war in Korea. They constantly keeps in a state of emergency. Look at the Patriot Act 2001 with the 9/11 when the towers came down.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It keeps in a state of emergency because that allows them to keep the same warfare going on this black sun timeline, this fake timeline.
The black sun, the artificial black sun timeline. This is, when I tell y'all this is deep, and my wig is straight up totally blown back. So they're literally they have barely kept control of this realm.
Yeah.
Barely.
And about to lose it, and they know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why they desperately have to keep you in, as Brother Odell said, as Brother Sean keeps saying, in a state of emergency.
War Powers Act.
Because remember when, see, this is why this is deep. Because remember we told y'all last year that time does not exist.
Agreed.
We had told y'all. We told y'all that the constructs of time is through that artificial clock.
Right.
That's what's giving you the illusion of time. All of it is fake. Time, the precession of the equinox, the fake ass seasons, all of it is fake. It's artificial. It's not natural and organic.
It's true.
Yeah.
None
the
of it.
Linear perspective. The light and dark, the black and white, the light and dark, the linear perspective on the Freemasonic checkerboard.
All of it's fake.
It's all of it is fake.
It's all artificial.
Yeah. The closest thing you're going to see to something that's natural, I keep telling everybody, go back and watch Avatar with the original trees.
Watch
in the realm,
Avatar. That's
watch
right.
Avatar. That's how the realm should be functioning properly. All the stuff that we're getting now with all the trees that's been knocked off and stuff like that, because they took out how the realm functioned, they replaced it with an artificial timeline. So they cut down the trees, they cut down all the original stuff that made the realm function properly, and replaced it with the Saturn stuff, or I call the 55 harmonic, which is what and they're using these world events like they're doing now with these great resets. That's all part of them keeping this fake timeline going. That's what they're trying to do.
Absolutely.
But go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
No, you laid it out, and which is why all of those wars represent a miniature reset to keep their fake artificial timeline / loop in place.
Agreed.
And yes, sis Tifa, we are turning it off. Those of us that are in tune, we know it for what it is. We're turning it off. And yes, sis Nonya, the more we vibe up, the less control
they have. Frequency is blocked.
We're supposed to be totally shutting it down. Now, the beauty of it, the planet, she's so fed up, she's ultimately going to shut it down.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I don't know about you, Brother Sean, up in Cleveland, but here, baby, let me tell you something. This summer weather, we've had so many like perfect days, y'all, where you could just sit out and you like, oh my goodness, this is so perfect. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. And then, like I said, it hit me. This is really the way it's supposed to be. So all of these extreme temperatures, when it's burning up to the point you can't be comfortably, or when it's freezing out, none of that's natural. The frost and the cold is not natural at all.
Well, California was an island.
Yeah.
So that's not too far from Alaska, and they had to fill it in, and now we drier than a Gobi Desert.
Exactly. So the whole planet was tropical.
Yeah.
And it definitely wasn't no scarcity then. And even at her fallen state, there's really still no scarcity, to show you how they truly never had control. Because even in her injured state, she was still able to produce an abundance. Just like you, even at this lower level state that you are in, you are still powerful. But all this shit about to change up. So that's why you have to vibe up, get your shit together, and stop listening and following this bullshit and wanting to be like this bullshit, because all of it is fake. We've been telling you this for years. All of it is fake. I ain't impressed with none of it. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Odell. We ready.
No, you're fine, sister. We're rolling the punches. Yeah, we're rolling the punches. Isn't that? That's what we do here. We roll the punches. So, like I said, I agree with Sean. There's definitely been an inserted timeline. We've definitely had a more recent attack to get this in. Like I said, I said the 1700s. We've had another attack, and like I said, we've covered the galactic history stuff in terms of how they're poking the holes in the fences, and we brought it down from billions of years ago to where we are now. We've even got the timelines in place of how they've constantly been trying to attack us as living beings in this plane, to finally get something to place where they've finally been able to do what it is that they're doing. It took them a long time to get this up and running, and it just made to expose it. Just shows that they're about done here.
They're done.
They're about done here,
and they haven't been in control that long. Do you all understand that? Shout out to Brother Sean. He was like, no, that billions of years or trillions of years they talking about, far as that ancient war with the Anunnaki and them fighting and crashing into the planet. He was like, that's recent. So we're talking, fam, 1700s. Mm-hmm. They haven't been in control long.
1776.
And that's why they scared. Like, Dag, we just got, well, I hope you enjoyed it, boo. Because your ass is out of here. Okay, we ready, Brother Odell.
All right. So we've covered that part. Do we want to cover? Do you want to go, sister? Do you want to? We're going to go into the tale of the two zodiacs.
It's whatever you're, because I know it's time for you to start your day. So it's whatever what you want to do. If you want to,
we'll cover this next week then.
Yeah, absolutely. We can cover it next week.
All right.
Because to be honest, I got to scratch and get myself together. This was a lot. So yeah, we could start here at the two zodiacs. Next week.
Okay, so that's fine. So we've covered this. Is there anything else want to finish off with here? Is there anything else you wanted to mention? Because I think we've got.
No, I think we went through this very, very well. And shout out to you. Let me give Brother Odell his hand claps, because when I tell you he put this together, the presentation. The way this brother put this together, he knew exactly how he needed to put it together in order to bring everything, to make it all line up, if that makes sense. That was nothing but him tapping into the spiritual to know exactly how to put that presentation together in order to line that stuff up. Because what he just gave you could have been literally 4-5 months worth of shows. And he just put all that stuff together in a couple hours. And I know people be getting, some people, and it's always men that get in their motherfucking feelings up there talking about I'm arrogant, but I don't see you going on them other men's channel that say they the greatest. You want to come on my shit. When I say we're the baddest ones on the block to do this, I meant what I meant. And I said what the fuck I said. We're the baddest ones on the block putting out this information. I said what the fuck I said.
Second.
Because ain't nobody else finna spit what this man just spit. And I guarantee you gonna see 5 or 6 other channels break up what he just presented to you tonight in their material.
This has been cool.
And I am telling you this not out of arrogance. I'm telling you this because it's coming from a higher order. That's why I'm telling you this. And when I talk about integrity, I mean what the fuck I say. I'm not talking to you about integrity because I don't want people jacking my shit. No, that's not what this is about. This is about people in their ego and they on some bullshit. And when people are in their ego and they're not doing stuff out of truth and out of love, they're always going to add some bullshit onto it and they get lost in the sauce. That's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. That's why that man is able to come up here and present like he presents, and you ain't going to find that nowhere else. That's why he's comfortable putting his sources. Well, sister, I got this from such and such, so. Because it ain't about him shining. He know who the hell he is. He don't need me to validate him. He don't need anyone in the audience to validate him. Because he knows self. This is why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Because until you can get to the point in your journey when you know self, and you're comfortable with self, you'll never tap into your true power. You always gonna be riding somebody else's coattail, and you're gonna stay lost. Get on your shit. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Odel.
No, finish up, Rhonda, now.
No, I was just gonna say, so much honor to you, brother. I'm finna give you your hand claps again. You laid it out. That was a lot of information that you brought forth tonight to the fam. I really appreciate it from the bottom of my soul. Much respect and much love to you, brother.
Yeah, I've sent you some references, Rhonda, via email. Of some books and some bits and pieces, so all relevant to what we've been speaking about today. And I think I've sent you just 2 emails for you. You can share that with obviously Nisi Poosh, obviously Sister Sandra.
Yep, cheer to the fam. Yes.
Yeah, share to the fam as we know. Now I've got one more thing. Am I all right to share one more thing with you, Ron? If you don't mind?
Absolutely. It's your time frame. I'm not trying to monopolize because it's the next day for this man. Now he finna leave from here, go work out, and then go on about his doggone day. So yeah, we're on your timeline at this point, brother.
All right. It's definitely worth it's something I can add on a little bit of explanations and visuals we'll share. There's two things I want to share with you, and then I'll put the links in the chat so people can go and look at some more of this stuff. Just because I'm like you, Rhonda, like we've got to get this stuff in. So I'm going to share this with you and see what you think, Rhonda, and then get your feedback with you after. So I'm just going to pull this up. This is a lady called Michelle Gibson. I find her stuff quite interesting. She's done some good research on this.
Yeah, Michelle Gibson has done some great research. Yes, she has. Yeah, go check her out. She has a YouTube video also, and she gets into the mud flood stuff pretty heavily.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she's a good researcher.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
What I found interesting when it got to the part about the catacombs, talked about the quote unquote 6 million remains of 6 million.
Oh man, I know where you're going, but go ahead.
Why is 6 million so prevalent in all of these so-called holocausts? Why is it that number all the time?
Sure.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, we know in the secret society that they use that number 6 is important to them. And I'm really picking up what you're saying in the ethers because I knew you was going to equate that 6 million to Holocaust. But it's that number 6 is used in the secret society, specifically Masonry. Now, I can't speak for the other societies of higher order, and I've heard it various different ways. Because when you see people throw this up all the time, that's what they're representing. The 3 6s, that's what they're representing. So now some say that means Lucifer, which is still, even if you look at Lucifer not as the devil perspective, because we're metaphysics over here. Now, some people want to say the devil perspective in Satanism, but if you look at it from an esoteric perspective, Lucifer always represents light barrier.
Yeah, which is Venus.
Okay, which is Venus. Okay, so I'm just guessing, Brother Sean, that maybe that's why they use that 6. But I do know that it's an important number in Masonry. Or the Masonic order. I'm assuming that it's also an important number in some of those other orders. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure. I want to chime in on that 6 because that 6 is also that number, the number of on the periodic table of elements. That cesium or cesium is pronounced both cesium and cesium. It's number 6 on the scale. And when I changed that E equals MC squared into numerological numbers, changed the letters into numbers, I came up with 133. And cesium 133 is used to power the atomic clock.
Get the fuck out of here.
It's number 6 on the atomic.
Let me give you your explosion, and then you're gonna have to re-explain that because I got it, but I want to make sure the fam gets it.
Basically,
child, this is a classic right here. Y'all gonna have to go back and listen to this a couple times. Explain that again, Nisi Pooh, because you didn't just solved it. Explain that again if you don't mind.
So E equals MC squared is the formula, the equation for energy. Well, something made me just change the letters to numbers, and I came up with 133. E equals 133. So if energy equals 133, what the hell is 133?
Right.
And I looked up 133, and it came up cesium.
On the periodic tables, you looked up 133.
Yes, cesium is number 6 on the table, It's called Cesium-133. It powers the atomic clock. And I was looking up this atomic clock information, and I was like, this is way too much. I unfortunately didn't get to take chemistry, but I need a new one. I was like, I need new one right now. I
so we'll have to add. So nephew, you need to come on. That's your assignment. If you coming in next week, we need you to bring information on that atomic clock. But just the fact that you said clock.
Yes. And Newton, is that the guy? What's the guy's name with the E equals MC squared?
That's Einstein.
Einstein.
Yeah, Einstein. Yeah.
Yes. So that was a secret code dealing with that.
Yeah. Child, I can't. Okay, so we gonna see how many people jack that, Nisi Poo. We gonna be on the lookout on how many jack that also.
Yeah, I wish I had a PowerPoint like our brother Odell. I would have to give me a PowerPoint because I know folks is probably like, "What the hell is she talking about?" So next week,
got lithium.
I would come with my little PowerPoint so I could.
Yeah, if you got the time next week, PowerPoint that on out. And nephew knew why we need you to come on and bring the information on what that atomic clock stuff means. Yes, Da Vinci, Lucifer equals the black sun. Baby, come on now. That's what my fam, y'all the shit, baby. Lucifer equals the black sun. I forgot about that. 666. I told y'all that I've heard in the secret society that means Lucifer, which equals the black sun. I had forgot all about that. Yes, and Jesus is the yellow sun. See, that's why I love my fam. Y'all want y'all metaphysics. Mm-hmm. And now Nisi Poo then traced M equals what's the face squared.
E equals MC squared.
Energy equals MC squared to the atomic clock. I mean, it is what it is at this point, fam.
Cesium. Too bad. I thought they would be using that lithium for that. But
wow. Midnight Decipher said the Black Madonna with her son. You know what?
I mentioned that earlier.
I can't with y'all tonight. Y'all bringing it. Y'all bringing it. Wow. Okay, did you find what you needed to, Brother Odell, or no?
Yeah, I'm just ready. I'm ready. Just ready.
Oh, yeah, we're ready when you're ready. You could put it up on the screen and then I'll share it with the fam.
Yeah, just let Nisi Poo do it.
Child. Okay, hold on. Let me get it for the fam, for YouTube. So let me stop sharing that and then share. Where is it? Come on, Rhonda. Ooh, child. All right, Rhonda, where is it? That's when I know my mind is racing because it's right in front of me. There it is. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready, Rhonda.
It should be up. You ready?
All right. Just let me know when you're ready, Rhonda, and I can play it.
I'm just refreshing.
Okay.
On just to make sure YouTube sees it. I think they do. Let me see here. This computer. Yep, we're good. We're ready.
All right.
Are the result of information from many different sources, plus what I am seeing with my own eyes in following the planetary alignments, that the infrastructure of the world was built by the same advanced civilization up until relatively recently, and that the very positive timeline of humanity is missing from the collective memory. My name is Michelle Gibson. I can't definitively prove what I'm going to say, and that you can't go to a book and look it up. However, awareness of this information has come up for me synchronistically and intuitively, and I can definitely give you the evidence for why I believe this to be true. All of my life I have been collecting puzzle pieces related to this subject, and the universe made sure that I had everything I needed to be able to put this puzzle together. This is the star tetrahedron I found in 2010 by connecting cities that lined up in North America that led me to uncovering much of the information I am sharing with you in this video. Drunvalo Melchizedek's video, Birth of a New Humanity, in 2010 gave me my first clue that a planetary grid even existed. In the video, he introduces the work of Carl Monk. Carl deciphered a shared mathematical code related to the pyramids of Giza and the dimensions of the architecture of sacred sites all over the planet, one which encodes longitude and latitude of each that cross-reference other sites. He shows that this pyramid code is clearly sophisticated and intentional, and perfectly aligned over long distances. At the time, this got my interest, and I thought, wow, that sounds great, but who could have built it? Drunvalo didn't really answer that question in the video, but he planted a seed in my consciousness. So, from what I have come to understand, from these sources and others, this positive timeline started after the fall of Atlantis, at which time the physical infrastructure of the planetary grid started to be built according to sacred geometry and along the lines of the flower of life pattern. And I think this ancient civilization lasted until 1942 on what would have been a different timeline or something comparable to that year in this timeline. In this video, I will explain exactly why I believe this. During the ensuing millennia after the fall of Atlantis, this advanced ancient civilization, which I believe was in unity consciousness, terraformed the earth, used geomancy to groom the ley lines and create balance and harmony between heaven and earth, and built all of the infrastructure of the planet, including, besides buildings, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, and canals. The ancient civilization created infrastructure that would be considered ancient. This is Bell Rock in Sedona, Arizona. People think of red rocks all over the world as natural, but I see this as ancient infrastructure. These could be extremely ancient, predating the fall of Atlantis, and go back to Lemuria, also known as Mu. But there would be a direct connection between these two civilizations. The Washita Moors, also known as the Ancient Ones, still exist to this day, and have been recognized by the UN as the oldest indigenous civilization on Earth, but for some reason the general public has never heard of them. Washita proper, the ancient imperial seat, is in northern Louisiana, in and around Monroe.
So sorry, Michelle, that's not true, but okay.
The cloisters
no disrespect.
of Mont Saint-Michel in Normandy, France, come up as an example of medieval architecture, and this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is compared with a colonnade with similar features at the Alhambra in Granada, Spain, architecture that the Moors are given credit for. They created infrastructure that would be considered Renaissance. This is the Duomo in Florence compared with the Seville Cathedral in Spain, with the ornate facade design features and the double windows and the extensive use of arches. Seville was the capital of Moorish Spain. And they created infrastructure that would be considered modern and is still in use. This is a view from Central Park in New York City, with the lovely stone bridge in the foreground and the building with the twin towers and onion domes in the background. Manhattan Henge is quite interesting and noteworthy. This is an annual event during which the setting sun or rising sun is aligned with the east-west street grid of Manhattan on dates evenly spaced around the summer solstice and winter solstice. There are similar alignments with the sun and street plan that occur in other major cities like Toronto, Baltimore, Chicago, and Montreal. So how did that happen? We certainly don't learn about that level of precise astronomical city planning in North America in our history classes. I have come to the conclusion that beings with a negative agenda for humanity knocked humanity off the positive Moorish timeline in order to control humanity, using humans in wars against each other, the Creator, and creation. I think there is more than one group of negative beings involved in this. Fallen angels, archons, and reptilians, and probably others, are involved in what has taken place. I see Paradise Lost, the epic poem by John Milton, as historical nonfiction. This poem was published in 1667. As related in the poem, newly banished fallen angels organize, and Satan volunteers to corrupt the newly created earth and God's new and most favored creation, mankind. He goes to the Garden of Eden and basically convinces Eve, by duplicity, to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and making it their fault they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Whether you know it or not, this is completely relevant to what is playing out in the world today. So how did the negative beings hijack the timeline? I think they did it by manipulating the great dragon lines of the plumed serpent and the rainbow serpent of the planetary grid, and creating a 3D time loop that somehow mirrors or involves the figure 8 on its side of the great dragon lines, which cross each other in two places, Bali in Indonesia and Lake Titicaca in South America, which is located in Peru and Bolivia. I think this 3D time loop called Rome somehow got pinned onto the two great dragon lines between the years 1492, the year of the fall of Granada in Spain, and the year of Columbus's first voyage.
Wow.
And 1942, midway through World War II, and the year of the Philadelphia experiment. Also, the year of 1942 is a numeric anagram to 1492. More on this later in the video. The new timeline was somehow inserted, and everything was grafted onto the existing infrastructure.
Now remember, Sister Rhonda. Remember, I showed Will. This is
I
William
remember
Hirsch's
that.
work. William
Yep.
Hirsch's work when he's, and this is what I think they've done. This is why I showed the Vatican. This is the Vatican, because I think the Vatican, and I showed you this stuff. The Vatican's down there. There's some people down there. I think this is being deliberately done. I think the Vatican know about all this, and I think but I think, as I said, with the Draco, the Anunnaki, they're all together with the Weezer, that's what it is, and they've grafted on this timeline of this case, what Michelle said, and then grafted onto us, and the projection onto what we're dealing with right now with this Gregorian calendar. I was going to just stop there and just let you make that.
Yeah, because what you were showing us was that this was lined up with what, okay, she's showing it right above, with Orion and all of that.
Yes, yes.
Which we know now, we should know now, those, what we're seeing in the sky is a reflection of energy points on Earth.
Yes.
Okay? So they're showing you the grid of where they hijacked.
Yes.
And so the only other thing that I wanted to say, it was deep when she showed that loop. I don't know if you can like bring it back a little bit, the vid back a little bit, when she showed that loop. And shout out to Michelle Gibson.
She's pretty good.
She's good. If you're not familiar with her, go check her out. Now, you know, you have to use discernment on everything. I believe her heart is in the right place. I don't agree with that whole Moore stuff in Louisiana, because shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. We proved that that was not the case. So don't let any of that throw you off. The woman does excellent work, excellent research. So shout out to her. I'll go back a little bit more when she shows the infinity sign.
Yeah, the infinity.
Here?
Boom.
Yeah, that one.
And
this is deep.
Well, yeah, and you've got that the hex alpha, which is here, which is obviously representing the macabre grid in terms of our bodies, the like obviously the grids here, but obviously you've got in Eclipta, you've got in Jerusalem, where Isis ran element in Saturn, rising sun, and Isis being the woman. In Israel, you've got one of the points where they've got, and I'll have to share that with you. It's in the private thing I've got, where you've got one of the ancient ley line sites in Jerusalem, Then you've got the one in helicopter here as well. So they all line up. But go ahead, sister. I just want to add that in. But I think it's like
no. You did a excellent job. I just wanted to point out that she's showing you this particular infinity. So anybody should know that the infinity sign means, like it says, never ending. It's a loop. And so shout out to Da Vinci 7 says, the sun travels. You are absolutely correct, Da Vinci 7, sending you hugs. The sun travels in an 8 spiral upon the 8th parallel.
Agreed.
So they're telling you, not telling you. Now you should know that this is a time loop. This is a time loop that we've been in.
With their son.
With their son. The yellow sun, Jesus / Jesus, and the black sun, Lucifer. This is deep, y'all. Now you know how this realm was hijacked. So shout out to Michelle Gibson. You laid this out. You're absolutely right. This is how they did it. And she got this. Somebody mapped out Earth's chakras in 1967, y'all. Now, did y'all learn this in school? Because I certainly the heck didn't.
Oh, I haven't heard it. Earth chakras. Ley lines, yeah. Chakras, no.
I didn't learn ley lines in school.
No.
1967, it said. So they been knowing.
Child, they better stop playing with us. Right, Copper. We go round and round. That's what that symbol of the snake. If y'all have ever seen the snake biting its tail and it's encircling the earth, they're telling you that we're caught in a loop.
Yeah, I think I shared that over the
Yeah, you shared that in one of the builds. Yeah. So this is why we keep telling you all, you got to get off of their frequency. You have to get off of their program. All of it is fake.
Agreed.
I'm going to ask a question. I don't know if I can't really see. She was mentioning the cities of Granada in 1942. I mean, not 1942, but the Second World War, First World War, huh?
She said 1492.
1492. Yeah. 1492. I wonder if those lines intersect, the points at those areas. I don't know the map.
You have to go back and watch the video because she kind of mentioned it. She didn't go into the exact lines, but go back and watch the video so you can see the visuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go to her video. I'm sure she goes into it all a lot deeper. I encourage you to go to her because she is one to be subscribed to. She's good.
Definitely.
What's her name again?
Michelle Gibson. She's good.
She is. She's if you Sister Sandra, I'll put I'll in the chat this video. I'll post for you in the if you can, I don't know if do you want to stop this now, sister, and I'll post a link in the video in the chat.
Yeah, okay. We can do that. So thank you, Brother Odell.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Michelle Gibson. Your work is impeccable. You really, really do a good job. This is certainly not my first time seeing your work, your breakdown of the mud flood stuff and lining up the chakras and talking about the timelines. I think you have been very thorough. So shout out to you. Thanks for your work. All right, Brother Odell.
There you go. It's in the chat now. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the chat for now, so that's in there. There you go.
Okay, and I'm gonna drop it in the chat for the YouTube family. How come I don't see it? We talking in the Zoom chat?
I put it in the YouTube chat, and I'll put it in the YouTube chat for you because I'm a
I
mod
see it now. Okay, you got it there because that's all I was gonna do. Okay, fam.
Okay,
so that's the link to yes, wisdom nodal points. So fam, Brother Odell dropped the link to the video with Sister Michelle Gibson's channel. Check it out. I'm telling you, you're going to be really intrigued, and I encourage you to subscribe. She has excellent work. So, all right, fam. I know we didn't get too much information. We're in, what are we in, 5 hours and some change? Yeah, child. Let's get up out of here. So, Brother Odell, let me unmute him. You have any last words for the family? If they let the man talk.
Yeah, I can speak now.
Okay.
Gotta get away with speaking. No, thanks for allowing me on, sister, again. I'll be in touch with you finally. Me and sister have had some serious chats about some stuff we can't even put out here.
We can't even put out.
We've gone into some really deep subjects that we can't even put out here because it should definitely get shut down. But the research that we do put out here, please, just like I said, people, like sister said, keep going, because we're at a point now where it's going to be so obvious that with things that we give you now, we'll just, will help you to get you where you need to go. The concepts that people are speaking on, like some of the stuff that Brother Shan said as well. Shout out to Brother Shan and everybody else on the call and the panel. Even Nuwa, some of the stuff that everything that people are putting together is just contributing to the whole, you get me? Because we're all aware of what's going on. But those of us about to get out of here will be, that is, like as it said, we will be to leave, but at least we leave some time for the others. The others for them to be able to use. So I'm just grateful that we got this platform. We were able to share information and let the information out there. So yeah, shout out to yourself, Nita Pooh, Sister Sandra, Brother Sean, and everybody else that comes on the panel, some Scotty and obviously Nuwa. But yeah, we're a fantastic point now and a fantastic time where we're going to see this all happen. You get me? And I'm like with Brother Sean. I'm aware of what's going on. But I'm not negative about it all because I just use the geopolitics side of it just to expose what's going on. But I don't get caught up. I agree with Brother Shan,
exactly.
You prepare yourself for what you need to do, and we'll make it happen.
Indeed. So let me give you your hand clap. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Brother Odell. We love and appreciate you. So we'll definitely catch back up. Next week we'll pick back up. Thank you so much, because this is one of the classics, y'all. I'm telling you right now, this is a classic show. So you're gonna have to rewind, because we put a lot of stuff in here. You're gonna have to rewind and go through it. And so the fam, Brother Odell, is telling you thank you also. So Nisi,
that's fine, Rhonda. I was gonna say, Rhonda, the stuff I've sent, obviously you can post for some of the stuff that I was reading about, because I said with Rhonda, I pull stuff from all over the place.
Yeah,
there's a set of links that I've sent Rhonda that's in an email. Rhonda's gonna post that on the page that she does on the thing. Please look out for that, and then you can do additional due diligence. So look out for that, because Rhonda will post that when she gets a minute.
Yeah.
One quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll post it on the community wall. Hopefully it won't be no shenanigans, and I'll be able to post it properly. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Odell.
Yeah, and then that allows people to do their own due diligence. Sister Ron, just quickly, are we going to be back on Autonomous Party at some point with Lee Cummings?
Yeah, we are going to get back on that. You mean with Brother Lee Cummings with the wars, right? The Negro Question Part 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't forgot. Y'all see all of these sticky notes. A sister ain't forgot the doggone thing. Sure ain't. We fencing to be back on it. The Black American Revolutionary War. Nope, I ain't forgot it. We gonna get back on there. So shout out to Brother Lee Cummings. So, Brother Lee, you was right on point, baby. with World War II. But yeah, we fencing to get back into that. Also, yes, we are, Brother Odell.
All right, that's fine. So just with something we're going to touch, yeah, because he did say that Transpire did say we're going to do like a second part to that news. So I just wanted to if he's been in touch with you.
Yep. We're gonna be back on that. So thank you, Brother Odell.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so have a great day.
I will do. Enjoy yourself.
Okay.
Peace and love, brother.
Yeah, because it's like 5 a.m. for that brother. So he said he go work out and go start his day. I said, child, I don't know how you work out in the morning. Because I be done. I can't work out until after I get off work. I'm like, they be having 6 o'clock walking clubs. I'm like, I'm not doing that. No, I see you 5 o'clock, 5:30 for the regular workout. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
No, I was just saying wholeness and power to Brother Odell.
Yeah, for sure. Nisi Pooh, you have any last words for the family?
I sent them all already telepathically, and I hope that you guys all received them. I love y'all.
We love you too, Nisi.
Appreciate you, Brother Odell. You are just a breath of fresh air. I actually got to talk to Brother Mac Aether earlier today, and he has some really cool stuff that he's going to put on his platform, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to talk to him again before the show, and I'll remind him.
Yeah.
He said something about you, Brother Odell. So it's funny that you said something about him today. So it's like, okay, y'all are connecting. And if I can ever bridge a connection gap, I always seek to do so. So I will, when I talk to him again, I'll remind him about that. But I love y'all. The sister that came up and showed gratitude.
I know, that was so sweet.
Really what it's about when we come from a pure heart of gratitude and appreciate the wisdom that we have on these platforms, because the truth and the education is all great, but the wisdom is priceless. You can't put a price to that.
Right.
And Uncle Sean is probably one of the wisest old men. I'm just joking. He's not old.
Right. Like, don't be coming up here calling us old, damn it. We ain't that much older than y'all.
But Uncle Sean is probably one of the wisest men in this so-called conscious community.
I know.
That if he was on more platforms, which I know he's not going to because he ain't with that fuck
He ain't
shit,
with the fuckery, right.
Yeah.
But it just to be able to hear the wisdom, and the same thing with you, Auntie Sandra, and Auntie Wanda. I appreciate y'all, and like I said, I already gave my love through the cosmos and into the energy fields, and I hope that y'all hear everything.
Oh, thank you.
Much love.
Yeah, and we love you too. And thank you for, always coming on, putting something on it. You cracked a code tonight, a major code. But beyond that, just your pure heart. I know your heart. And I know the hours that you put in of your own time trying to help people. And mostly ungrateful people. And that's not even including the volunteer work that you do to help others, to truly, truly make a difference. And all being a wife and a mother. That's respectable. That's very, very much so respectable and commendable. And I'm very, very proud of you. Because it's not about you trying to get no shine, none of that. I've been trying to get her. I'm like, okay, I'll help you behind the scenes, set up your own platform, your own show. But she got other stuff going on. that she got her hands in. That she ain't getting no credit for that. I just know because us talking, and then one of those things, we're on it together. So that's what's respectable. So when we talk about putting in the work, we're not only talking about the spiritual aspect, which was absolutely important, but we're talking about putting in the physical work also. You have to literally actually put in the physical work. That's what we should be looking for in people that we want to deem as leaders. Anybody can get up here and talk shit. Anybody can do that. Where's the work? Okay? So shout out to Nisi Poo. And you know, and contrary to popular belief in the so-called conscious community, it's women that put in the motherfucking work. That's what I've always seen. For stuff to really move, it's women that put in the work. Women ain't strutting around like peacocks, trying to be seen, trying to be heard. Want somebody to ride they dick, and y'all be riding it. And for men to be against gays, y'all stay riding the nigga dick. Y'all ride the dick more than we, the women ride the dick. But you're not putting in any work. And it's fake. It's phony. That's why the black community is in shambles. Because the men won't put in the fucking work. So shout out to Nisi Poo. She's a true one. She's real. So I'm very, very proud of her.
I'm just a reflection of y'all. So I'm proud of y'all too.
Shit. My crazy ass with this scarf and screaming. I had to block 2 motherfuckers coming on my shit, bitch. You don't come on my motherfucking shit and tell me I'm screaming. Bitch, I know I'm screaming. It's my shit. Shit. You don't run shit round here. What the fuck wrong with you? Why you gotta yell? I'm like, you talking to who? In all due respect, block, motherfucker, block. Oh, your mic's the loudest. Block. You don't run a motherfucking thing up in here, and I mean it. All right, Nisi Poo. Okay, so Brother Sean, all laid back, all cool. You got any last words for the family?
Well,
that rut takes me out every time.
There's a book I'd like for y'all to check out. Sapo in My Soul. That's S-A-P-O in My Soul by Peter Gorman. It's a book about the Métis frog medicine. It's a tribe out of South America. And it's indigenous medicine dealing with the frog. It helps to remove candida, bile, and a whole bunch of other things.
Really?
Removes generational curses, past life attachments, all kind of stuff. I mean, there's plenty that I can't say about it because we can't make medicinal claims. But part of the habitat that they're removing down in South America is the habitat of the tree frog.
Tree
That's
frog?
medicine. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's what the sapo is. That's what I was doing in Arizona. I was getting certified as a Cambo practitioner
Wow.
to be able to do ceremonies and hold space for people to properly heal, safely and properly heal. I'm also a Bufo practitioner. So I've connected from South America to North America to Canada, the entirety of the Americas, as far as for healing modalities for our people, all of which are indigenous. I will be holding ceremonies soon, but I say read the book, see if it resonates with you, and if the frog speaks out to you, you know how to find me.
So it's Sapo in My Soul by, I'm typing it in the chat.
Sapo, S-A-P-O, by Peter Gorman.
Okay, Peter.
And I sent you the website of the organization that I'm affiliated with.
Yes, yes, you did.
That's Peter Gorman's group.
Okay.
He learned straight from the Matisse tribe. He went there and
Interesting.
learned from them. And it's just been too many other cultures embracing what was meant for us. I'm speaking of modalities that are indigenous to the Americas. No disrespect to any healing from any place else.
Uh-huh.
But since we're talking about frequencies and everything, we were placed in an environment with everything that's aligned for our frequencies. So for me, it's just a matter of returning to nature and returning to the wholeness of self. Because what the medicine does, it basically helps your body to heal itself.
Right.
It helps you to tap in ancestrally. I'm speaking from experience, not something that I heard when I went on my pilgrimage. I had scleroderma. Scleroderma is an autoimmune deficiency where the body's organs attack itself.
Mm.
It's gone.
Wow.
Wonder.
I mean, it's all at the handbag.
Nice.
It helps remove womb trauma. I mean, I could just go on and on.
On and on.
The results are different in each individual. And it's still up to the individual to put in the work. But it definitely helps you go within. Helps you remove, like I say, candida, bile. It's a complete body detox. You purge in many different ways. You could purge orally by sweating, bottoming and purge, crying.
Wow.
But it's definitely all that. And they can't even make a synthetic version of the things that are in Sapo. So you know they pissed about that.
Oh, yeah. So, Brother Sean, I don't know, if you want to do it, but you're welcome to do it. If you want to you know how we do stuff in spurts.
Mm.
If
Yeah,
you,
ayahuasca too. Somebody had
yeah,
said
I remember that ayahuasca. But
ayahuasca mushroom ceremony.
yeah, mushroom ceremonies. But what I was gonna say is, if you wanted to share, just periodically, you don't have to do it all at once, and you don't have to do it at all. By all means, I'm not
Oh,
trying to force on you, but I know how you are. If you don't want to do it, goddamn it, you ain't fenced to do it.
I was coming to see you at some point soon.
Okay. But I wanted to know if you wanted to share the experience of you going through that with the fam.
I sure will.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, thank you, Brother Sean. Let me give you your applause. Oh, man, it's just so much.
Eventually we'll be doing bigger ceremonies. I may not have the others that I'll be working with.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa, she's also getting her certification.
Nice. Shout out, sis. Hey, sis. Shout out to you.
So it's all about the healing.
Yes.
That's what I want to bring back to our people. I want them to heal. I want them to be empowered in, of, and by self. And you do that naturally.
Yep.
Love y'all.
We love you too, Brother Sean. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
What Brother Sean triggered in me is a comment today of memorial to a scientist who got together the 3 different remedies for the hoochie coochie stuff. And today he died of cancer. And I thought to myself, there's so many things that is natural that I bet he didn't try it. But because they're so geared to medicinal medicines and stuff like that, instead of what Mother Nature puts out for us, So, when you're saying how you're doing all that, to cure situations in your body, and if we just get back to nature and trust what is given to us, we can heal ourselves from a lot of things, even cancers.
So you're saying who transitioned?
A scientist. One of the scientists for the ones, in the movement for the hoochie coochie, the hydroxychloroquine and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So he deserved natural cures because of what?
No, I said too bad.
I know what you said, but I'm being sarcastic to point out. I'm showing the irony in him transitioning from cancer.
Mm-hmm.
But yet there's all of these natural medicines, and I'm pointing out that what you put out is what you get.
Yeah, it's truth. Because your mindset, your heart is where you're going to find your body and your spirit. So
absolutely. Why? Because let's say that he knew the natural remedies, and I'm assuming that they know the natural remedies, because if you can be on that side of the coin, believe me, they know the natural side of the coin. But the planet is like, I don't care what root you pull up. I'm not finna work for you.
That's true. That's true.
So you can go on to have several seats. You have been against me. You've been against everything organic on me, including who you're calling people, the organic soul. So I don't care what roots and concoctions you pull up. I will not work for you.
Yeah, but I'm really referring to all the people that have, even our people who have disorders. and
right.
problems.
I understand that, because that's the point Brother Sean was making. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm not trying to by one means point out that you're wrong in anything. I am just bringing to you how universal law works.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they take what we have and put a polymer to it, and it turns it into a semi-plastic and stuff like that. So, yeah, they always alters what Mother
right,
put
and
out.
that's why nothing natural is gonna work for them.
No.
Because the planet don't need none of this. We keep unveiling how all of their stuff is artificial.
Yeah.
We don't need none of it.
He sounded like he was a young man, a 3-year-old kid. I'm like, wow.
Well, whatever. No fucks are given on my part. I mean, really, why should it be?
No, I understand you. But it just came to my mind.
Yeah, no, your point is well taken. And the universe keeps showing people, keep on fucking with me. I got something for you. You're not finna escape it. So, okay. So, but anyhow, sis, you have any more last words for the family?
Well, I enjoy these sessions. I really do. And Brother Odell, I really love his presentations and what he says and what I learned from him. And I thank him for that. And for the family, I mean, they put such great comments out there.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely fabulous.
Yes, very much so. So thank you so much, sis, for putting something on it tonight. So let me give you your hand clap. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, too, for moderating and keeping it going.
and shout out to the sis that came up. That was so sweet of her, because I remember her from the last time we were on air, and we were literally just about to end. I'm like, sis, I promise you I'll bring you up next week. And that was so sweet of her to just wanted to come up to thank us. So let me give you your hand clap on your journey, sis. We're so happy for you. So shout out to you. Peace and love to you. We appreciate you. So shout out to Michelle Gibson. Go over and subscribe to her channel for bringing that great information in Brother Odell's presentation. So shout out to the fam in the chat tonight. Y'all was in the house deep. So shout out to the BCU fam. I see y'all in the house. Shout out to everybody. Y'all really, really are bringing it. I see some new people in the house. Where was my guy? He was really throwing it.
H2O?
No, H2O wasn't here. Da Vinci. Da Vinci. Shout out to Da Vinci, baby. You was throwing it down tonight, and it was somebody else throwing it down. That's new.
Richard D.
Yeah, he's not new. Ricardo. Yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, he's not new.
Was it Midnight somebody?
Yeah, Midnight. Shout out Midnight, baby. You was throwing it too. I'm shouting out the new people, because the fam, y'all know we love you. We know y'all be throwing down the lightning bulbs. So, bolts rather. So shout out to those two. You all were really bringing it tonight. And I guess we got to shout out the sex bots. I guess we got to shout y'all out, because you just give us validation that we throwing some information in that y'all want to come with the fuckery. And shout out to the trolls in the chat. I see we got fans. So you must like me MFing and SBing and cussing your motherfucking monk ass out, because you keep coming in here making 75 accounts. So I don't mind keeping you busy blocking your monkey ass. So shout out to you trolls. So with that said, family, we will be back next week. We thank you all very much for hanging in here with us. With this stream. We know it was a lot of information that we brought tonight. We hope that you got some value out of it. Okay. So if you don't get anything else out of this entire thing, just know that all of the pain that you've gone through, all of the trauma, suffering, and all of it. This is not the way you're supposed to live.
No.
This ain't it, fam. You were not put on this realm for this suffering. All of it is fake. All of it is false. All of it is orchestrated. You have the power to heal yourself, correct what needs to be correct on any ills that you've participated in, and move on. Let it go. Let it all go. You don't need it. You're greater than it. This pain, this suffering, this trauma, this fuckery, it needs your participation to continue. So I'll just back that up and say it again. This pain, this suffering, this trauma, this fuckery needs your participation to continue. You don't have to keep doing that. Love yourself enough to heal, forgive yourself, correct your wrongs, and move on. So with that said, fam, we love you all very much. We'll be back next week, and in between that time, we'll drop a couple podcasts. So I wish everyone well. We love you, fam. So peace and love.
Peace and love.
Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power.
Nice, sis.
Now, why I can't always find, that's when I be tired, y'all. I can't never find a doggone closing. Here it is.